for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah. Well, all right. Like you always say, welcome. #1 sports talking D. We ain't like the Falcons, we won't blow the lead. Look, all we talk is who that, who got cut and who back. Rookies and the vets, players you should look at. It's the sports coma, you don't wanna miss it. Got the pre-game party, post-game statistics. Get a visit from Sway, maybe DC or 5. It's the hottest thing smoking, Big Q and the guys. Go to YouTube Live, make sure you subscribe. Interviews inside the Saints locker room high. Talk to Drew, Jordan, Zach, Peyton, New Orleans, who that nation. Best believe when I say we bleed gold and black. Ain't a miracle or rivalry could ever hold us back. No, Beastquake, Bounty Gate, let the truth be told. It's the sports coma, all we know is Saints Super Bowl. Yeah.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
What's up, fam? Big ups to the Great Saint Think Tank. We in the building. Sports Coma. A little late, man, in this thing, man. Start had some prior stuff that I was doing, but I'm in the building. Not much love to the Great Saint Think Tank as we come into it. Matchup with the Philadelphia Eagles right now. The Saints is 0-0 at 9:37 with the Philly Eagles right now. 0-0 in this thing as number 57 comes through and intercepts the ball from Trevor Siemian. And just on the play comes in and Simeon didn't see him and he threw it right to him and he comes down with the play. Defense got to get back on the field. So much love to the Great Saint Think Tank. Appreciate y'all being in the building. Eagles get the pick. Saints turn the ball over. Not good. You can't turn the damn ball over and the people building like that. You got to play smarter than that. So here we go. Eagles there. They get the ball back right there. Jalen Hurts is going to just throw the ball up in the air and it falls incomplete around the 25-yard line. So big ups to the fam. Thank y'all for joining us in an installment of the Sports Coma Watch Party, Saints versus Eagles. We in the building. Score right now at 9:31 on the play clock. 0-0 after Trevor Siemian throws an interception to the linebacker. And, of course, you see the Saints are roughing up Jalen Hurts right here, so they're doing a good job on him right now. Let's see if the defense can hold off the ridiculous turnover by the offense. Let's get into it, fam. Much love to y'all. Thank y'all for joining us. Please hit upon the like button. Hit the like button as we get going. Now, here we go. At the Saints 39 in the shotgun, Jalen Hurts is rolling the balls out. He finds the big tight end Goddard, and he's pulled down for a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards on the third down. Hurts currently is 1 of 2 for 8 yards in the game. Both teams are pretty much scoreless right now as we keep this thing rolling. So let's see what goes on. It's 3rd and 6 to pick up a 4. They're at the Saints 35-yard line. Hurts in the shotgun. Got wide receivers to the left and right. The ball is thrown up and it's caught. And it's caught by the tight end Goddard again. And they get the first down inside the Saints 20 as he beats Marcus Williams on the coverage. Good throw by Jalen Hurts. As the Saints are sending 4 guys there and then watching containment, and he just finds the target. Well, he beats Malcolm Jenkins, I think it was, yeah. Yeah, it was Jenkins on the coverage, and Goddard beats him and gets there. So that the Saints 19-yard line, there, Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. There's a snap. Hurts is looking. He's contained. Saints got him contained. He's moving around, and the ball is up and batted away by Cam Jordan. Cam done a wonderful job in staying with Jalen Hurts, and as Hurts tried to throw the ball, Cam had his hands up and batted it down, and it falls harmlessly to the ground. So we go 8:33 on the play clock, 2nd and 10 for the Philadelphia Eagles. But, man, Davenport and the rest of those guys, you can see Cam right there just keeping his hands up, batting the ball away. That's a tough assignment, Cam running around trying to keep Jalen Hurts him over. And there we go, the Eagles wide receivers to the left. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. There's the snap with the running back. He's going to give it to the running back, and he falls forward, picks up about 5 yards on the run by Miles Sanders. Getting Miles Sanders back for the Eagles was a big boost, man. He's a really good running back for him. And he's a guy that they're going to mix it up with the Saints right there. As you can see, Ohio State defensive end Jalen Holmes, and they're getting an opportunity to play a little bit. Number 97 for the black and gold. All right, let's see. 57, excuse me. That shouldn't even been able to. Well, I don't understand how that man could wear 57. Ricky Jackson. See, that's how sorry the Saints, some of the people as administrator. Ricky Jackson number should be retired. That man shouldn't be able to wear that number. 3rd and 6 for the Eagles. Wide receivers to the left and right. Hurts in the shotgun. There's a snap. The ball is out, man, wide open. And Goddard picks it up, and Goddard rushes it down, gets it in to the 1 yard line after missing a few tackles. Saints defenders missing tackles is Big Goddard, and that's who Jalen Hurts has been signaling in on Goddard. And I watch right here, they just left them totally uncovered. And then Malcolm Jenkins missed the tackle. So did Marcus Williams, of course, he misses the tackle, and of course Quine was able to get him. And then the quick snap and a flag there. Let's see, there's a flag down. Let's see who was against. The referee says a touchdown on the field, but the flag's down. Let's see what happens. It's against the Saints offside, so that's declined, and that will be a touchdown for the Philadelphia Eagles. So the Eagles on the board now. 6, and it'll be 6 points right now. So and that's Jalen Holmes, the defensive end, wearing Ricky Jackson's number. Is offside in the neutral zone. Yeah, it's clear too with that angle. And then they were able to sneak him in there and get him. So that's the Eagles. They get the score there. Eagles on the board first off the Saints turnover. Remember that they scored 7 off the Saints turnover. You can't turn the ball over on the road. You can't keep making these mistakes and think you're going to beat people on the road. It just don't work like that. You got to let them make the mistakes. You can't hurt yourself with dumb penalties and stupid plays, turning things over like they did with the interception, just throwing it right to the guy. So let's see what goes on here. 6-0 Eagles up on the board. So let's see what the black and gold do, and maybe this guy can miss this field goal for us to keep it at 6. Let's see. That's a snap. It's up, and it's good. So it'll be 7-0 Eagles to open the drive. So there it is. The Eagles get on the board 7-0, and off the interception, and they scored the touchdown. So like I said, this happened last week when the Saints turned the ball over after the second half, and then the Titans were able to go down there and score that touchdown. Can't turn the ball over in other people's buildings. So much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all being there in this installment of the Coleman. Much love to y'all. Yeah, that's a part of the game. You cannot turn the football over in their building. It's just not a good look, fam. It's just not a damn good look. It's not a good look. Saints trail 7-0 here. All right, so big ups to the fam, man. I appreciate y'all being on live stream. Much love. Please feel free to hit the like button, family. Hit the hell out that like button, if you please. It helps out the stream. All right, big ups to the fam. I see y'all out there, fam. How y'all feeling today on game day? Big ups to you. Baraka, what up, fam? Big ups to you. All right, Wiley says we need Elvin. We don't have him, bro. We gotta make do with Mark and Tony and the rest of these guys that got to step up. MC Hammer says, who that ready to? No, let's not think like that, MC Hammer. Come on, bro. Can't think like that, Hammer. All right, 80s rewind times 9. It says we're falling apart, man. This is hard to watch. I mean, it's still early on, fam. We got the turnover, but there's still plenty of football left. It's just the first quarter now. You know, let's see how they respond in kind. That's what the thing is. Let's see if the Saints respond in kind. Marco, what's up, fam? He said Big Q Troutman over Juwan Johnson. Really, man? Sean Payton is tripping. I keep telling family members how many times y'all put one in the chat, and I kept telling y'all that Coach Payton is not going to relinquish Troutman. He believes in Troutman. He believes in Troutman. He's not going to release Troutman. He's not going to bench Troutman unless he does extremely, extremely horrible football. Then he probably would bench him for a game or two. But Troutman is his guy, man. It's his guy. He believes in him. And I think Troutman's going to be good for the Saints. I mean, right now he's going through his struggles. But I think eventually, whether that's now or whatever, it should be they're going to stick with him unless he really collapses. Lewis says it should be a no-brainer that number 50. I know, bro. I know. How is that able to be permitted? That's why I'm saying about the Saints organization that a lot of them, a lot of times they just be greedy. But that's wrong, man. Ricky Jackson's number should not be worn by anybody. That damn number is supposed to be retired, but I guarantee you they won't let Drew Brees number 9 be worn by anybody. I bet you run up and down the goddamn depth chart, you won't find anybody that's gonna wear that number 9. But you telling me Ricky Jackson's number's that? That's totally ridiculous, man. Shame on him for that shit. Big ups to the fam. Thank y'all for being here. Much love to everybody. Jermaine, Coach Tab, I see you, fam. Much love to you. Appreciate you, Coach Tab. Robert, I see you, man. Much love to you. Tyler Tyke TV says it's hard for me to have any expectation for the rest of the year, but we'll see. And there's the play. They kick it off to the Saints, and Deontay Harris brings it out again and gets to the 18 or 19-yard line. You just down it in the back there and take the 25, man. Trey says Troutman suck. Eventually, he'll iron it out. What's up, Eric? Who that to you? Brother Donovan, how you doing, my brother? Torrey Shepard Sr., DLP, TJ Scottzilla, and the rest of the fam. Big ups to you. Eric, the intern. Big Slay said from the beginning, I didn't feel that hype energy from the Saints. The Saints got a lot of work to do, bro. No doubt about it, as they get ready to come back out here and get this going on. Now, of course, you can see Trevor Siemian and the rest of these guys. He's 1 of 5 right now, and they're taking the ball at the 19. They go to a running play, and they give the ball to number 14. That's Mark Ingram, and Ingram picks up about 4 or 5 yards on the run. He cuts to the left, then kind of moves to the right there and picks up 4 yards, 2nd and 6. Right now for the Saints on the run at 6:55 and counting down, 7-0 Eagles. All right, so 4 on the pickup with the run for the Saints right now. And right now, they only ran Ingram twice. That was the second time. Tony Jones is back there. They're going to turn and hand it to Tony. Tony runs over a couple of defenders there, but he picks up maybe 2 or 3 yards on it. So to be, well, it looked like he got the first down. Did he get the first down? No, he didn't. All right, picked up a handful of yards. It's 3rd and 4, so not much of a gain right there by Tony Jones Jr. on the play. So they go back-to-back 2 running plays with Tony Jones right now. What's up, Don Duck? What's up? Who that to you, fam? Appreciate you. They got one of the Eagles defenders are down on the ground right now. Yeah, it's one of those things where the Saints are getting a little too much. We know Trevor Siemian is comfortable with Coach Payton's offense, but the man is 1 of 5 right now, and the Saints have had difficulty running the football. So they're trying to figure out ways to mix it up because they have not been having the same intensity. They go into commercial break. They have not been having the same, I want to say, motivation or attitude. That's what I'm searching for. The word I'm searching for is attitude. They have not had the proper attitude like I would expect the Saints have. Usually running the football, you have to have you have to have a mean-spirited energy to run that football because you got to be in the mindset of domination and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I just don't feel like, they're exhibiting those qualities. You see them not running. They have their hands on the shoulder. It's like, whatever. It's like the energies, the attitude's not there. It wasn't there in the Carolina matchup. It pops up throughout certain sections of the game, which is concerning because they need to have a fiery offensive player or offensive lineman who kicks these guys in the rear end and says, listen, you need to stop playing like this, and we need to play with more intensity and more attitude because running the ball is attitude. You have to be able to dominate these other guys, and if them guys out there running around and they got that attitude and they're doing it what they do, you got to match that intensity. You're going to have to match whatever they're providing if you're going to beat them. It's the same with everything. You got to match a player or a person in front of you in intensity if you're going to beat them. And the Saints too often have a real milquetoast ass mentality when running the football. You can't do that. You got to have a mean-spirited energy when you're running that football against other teams because they're bringing that type of energy towards you, that aggression. And you have to then reciprocate that aggression with even more aggression and be able to do that consistently throughout the game to dominate them because it's a battle of wills. And whoever wills win will dominate the line of scrimmage. And the Saints have not been exhibiting that type of mindset consistently enough, you know what I'm saying, for the running game to be relied upon. I haven't seen it. That's why you see some plays where it'll set up and look right, but then it goes nowhere. It's like a gain or 2. Like that should have been a gain of at least 5 or 6 yards, but it doesn't end that way. But anyway, we're coming back to the action right now. Much love to the family. Appreciate y'all here. Please feel free to hit the like button. If you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe button. and join us on the platform. Over 200 of us in here. Hit the like button, please. Here we go. Trevor Simmons in the shotgun. He got wide receivers to the left, one to the right, and he's in the shotgun with a running back to his right. There's a snap. All the pressure's coming. Simeon gets the ball out. It's a poor throw, and that'll end the fourth down. Very poor throw by Trevor Simeon on the play. And it's 4th and 4. The Eagles defense get the Saints off the field, and that's not how you want to start the first half. Very sloppy football. The Saints continue to look uncharacteristically bad. They're over-relying on Trevor Simeon in this game, and I'm thinking that's due to the fact that the Saints are not running the ball effectively. They're not running the ball effectively enough. You know, they, like I said, you got to have an attitude. And far too long, I've seen the Saints on the road or in home playing with this milquetoast, garbage-ass, weak, flimsy-ass mentality, and that's why they're getting pushed around on the line of scrimmage. It's totally unsaint-like. All right, here's Blake Gillikin in on the snap, and there's the punt by Gillikin, the weapon. Nice punt. This was all the way back to the Eagles' 21-yard line. He comes out, and it's going to be a flag down. It looked like no, it's no flag on the play. It looked like it might have gotten I thought he might have got a face mask. Yep, and there go the flag. It's going to be a face mask against the Saints. Saints can't get out of their own way with these dumbass penalties. Or is it against the Saints? We'll see. We'll see. Look like a face mask to me on the Saints. It's holding. Yeah, it's going to be against the Saints. It's holding against the Saints, so it's not a face mask. So it's going to be a penalty on the Saints. So with that being said, penalties found, penalties, and more penalties, baby. More penalties and more penalties for the black and gold. Can't get out their own way, man. You can't make mistakes, man. You gotta let other people make the mistakes for you. You can't make the mistakes to kill yourself, man. You can't do it. Good teams don't kill themselves like this in these games, man. Good teams are disciplined enough to know not to make those type of errors. Not saying they're not, but that's all in the mental. The Saints have to do better, man. You can't go out there and do this. All right, here we go. 7-0 right here. The ball on the Eagles' 42-yard line after the penalty. Thank you. And the black and gold right now, defense is called upon to kind of help. There's a shotgun. Jalen Hurts is in the shotgun with his running back to his right. There's a draw play to Sanders, and Sanders is running loose. And he picked up about 20 yards. He gets all the way down to the Saints' 30-yard line, man. All the way down to the goddamn 30-yard line on the play. And usually when something open up, it usually means like something. Let me see. And look at that ball. I don't know who number 20. That's Werner got blew up on the play. Werner got blew up on the play. They get all the way down to the Saints' 33-yard line. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. The same play again, but this time Jalen Hurts keeps it. He's going to run and picks up about 3 or 4 yards from Davenport. All right. All right. All right. Here we go, fam. 3rd down on the play. The Eagles were able to pick up a game right there. And really that RPO, you can see right here. And then of course, you see Jalen Hurts just keeps it, and he runs right into the arms of Bradley Roby on the play. And, of course, it'll be 3rd and 2, so the Saints defense kind of holding them up right here at the 25-yard line of the Saints. Hurst is in the shotgun with a running back to his right, 3 wide receivers at the top, tight end at the bottom at the left. And there's the play. He keeps it, picks up the 1st down and more. He's still running, and he gets down there and runs and picks up to the 5-yard line. Malcolm Jenkins, you should have stuck the piss out of him. But, you know, these guys are paranoid. They're really scared to hit the quarterbacks nowadays because of a penalty. But he lowered his head right there. I would have popped the piss out of him. But I can understand why they scared to hit him. The referees are called right there. I would have blew his ass up on the play. But all right, shotgun from the 5. There's Jalen Hurts. He goes with the run, and the Eagles moving the ball. Sanders gets it down to the 1-yard line. And they're mixing it up on the Saints, man. They're mixing it up on the black and gold. It's 2nd and goal now. The defense is reeling a bit, and the Eagles are moving the ball, man. They moving the ball against this team. 5 rushes, no passes as of yet. And the Eagles doing a good job moving the ball against the Saints defense right now. Look at the body language of the Saints defenses, man. Look at them. 2nd and goal, backed up to the Saints right at the 1-yard line. The Eagles right there. You see there is Sanders in the backfield. They got Hurts lined up, and they're trying to get him to jump. And what goes on here is a flag down. It's against the Eagles. False start, so to back them up some bit and get the Saints some opportunity there, man. So, they show so that backs them up a little bit. All right, here we go. Eagles in the shotgun. Jalen Hurts got a little bunch going on here. And that's the same RPO play, but Cam Jordan's right there to reel them down on the play. Sooner or later, Saints defense going to shut this shit down, man. They basically running the same play over and over on the Saints defense. You can't get away with that before we start figuring that out. And that's kind of this little college style play where Jalen Hurts is in the shotgun. He turns to Miles Sanders and he reads and see which way does he let Sanders get the ball or do he keeps the ball. The Saints going to eventually shut that shit down, man. Can't keep running that college bullshit against us all the time. There's a shotgun. Jalen Hurts is out, and he has an opportunity to run if he wants it. He thinks he's going to get and there it is. He loses the ball out of bounds at the 1-yard line. And Demario Davis, Jalen thought he could beat Demario in a foot race, and Demario says, "No, sir, you cannot." Now look at Demario seeing him the whole way, tracks him down straight and just pushes him out. And then right here, he loses the ball. He makes the move, but loses the ball out of bounds. And it's 4th and goal on the play. Do the Eagles go for it or take the points? And the coach is going to challenge it. He's going to challenge the play to see if it's a touchdown. I can't tell from that angle. That don't look like he did it from behind. I don't know. I think it is short of the goal. Now I don't think it's a touchdown, but obviously I look at that, they're gonna turn it over and give it to him because I'm looking at it right now. Changed to 13-0. Saints got work to do, fam. The Eagles eventually gonna come back and give it to the Eagles. The Saints got work to do. We got to get this together, man. Yep, 13-0, as it's showing you. And still a lot of time to be played, fam. We got to watch out. But like I said, the Saints have a lot of work to do in this game, fam. No doubt about it. We got to get it together. We've got to get it together. I know, Chris. Thank you for your super chat, fam. Says, why aren't the defensive men practicing containment? Yeah, I know. This was something we talked about in the preview stream, by the way, family. We talked about this because we knew that if you go back to last year's game, and I know it was a Sirianni, I don't think he was there last year. I won't say, was it? Yeah, I think he was. But they put up 200 yards rushing on the Saints last year. And I'm like, man, if you stop Jalen Hurts, he's the straw that stirs the drink for the Philadelphia Eagles offense. But I don't think Sirianni or whatever his name is, the coach for the Eagles, he has a good idea of how to use Jalen Hurts. I really don't think so. Not yet. He hadn't figured him out totally yet. So if the Saints use containment, and this is what we said last, you cannot allow Jalen Hurts to leak out and extend plays where he looking down the field so wide receivers can create even more time to break away from defensive backs. We covered that in the stream. And we know this is the case. They're just not doing it for whatever reason. Like I said, they write all these articles about the Saints defense need to step up, but they don't say nothing about Dennis Allen. When Dennis Allen called the single high safety look against the Atlanta Falcons that gave up the 64-yard bomb to set up the field goal to Atlanta to win that game, there were no articles blasting Dennis Allen about his play calling. So I'm seen to be me and a few other family members the only one that know where to put the focus on him. All of the rest of them running misdirection from Dennis Allen. He's the problem. He's the guy calling these games. And of course, as you know, they reverse the call. They give the touchdown to the Eagles, and the Eagles are now up 14-0 on the Saints with 2 minutes left in the first quarter of action. So there it is. You're now in the hole by two scores. And to me, there was not enough evidence to rule that was. Yeah, but you can't see exactly where that ball is, and then he loses the ball out of bounds. But like I said, look, they're just a pack of scum to me. These officials, they're just a bunch of trash to me. So I mean, I don't take nothing they say literally. They're capable of any wretched thing. It's just what it is. Life is a who dat. It's got to understand that the referees are going to be in your way most times, but who cares? Now it's time for us to get the lead. 14 is not insurmountable for the Saints offense that's averaging over 20 points per contest. A 14-point deficit with 3 quarters of football left to play is not an insurmountable obstacle to get over. Let's get this. Let's get it. So with that being said, fam, big ups to the fam doing the play-by-play in the Great State Think Tank. Just remember that my stream might be a little slower than most people stream right now. So just know that I'm doing a little play-by-play for people who can't see the game. So much love to the fam. Big ups to the rest of y'all. Appreciate y'all. Laid Back Saint, MC Hammer, Annie Clark, DLP, Kevin Conley, and all the family members. Appreciate y'all for being here. Black Preacher Man, sports fan, Khalib, thank you for your super chat. My friend says, well, there goes the running game. Peyton is going to be pass happy. Let me tell you something, man. Well, first of all, Black Preacher Man, sports fan, Khalib. Yeah, well, listen, Coach Payton has to become more disciplined and rely on the rushing attack, man. I mean, you got a third-string backup quarterback in there. You can't get him to force 30-plus attempts a game, Coach Payton. That's insane. But we'll see. Here we go. Saints from their own 25. Trevor Siemian under center. He turns and hand the ball over to Ingram. Ingram gets a little rush and gets about 15 yards on the pickup there by Mark Ingram. So that's a good play. And that's what happened when you run the ball. You got to go to the run because you can't have Trevor Siemian throwing the ball 30-plus times in the game, expecting success. It don't work like that. And really, Mark Ingram right there, if he would have been able to survive that last tackler, my goodness, he would have got a lot more yards. So here we go. The Saints pick up a good chunk of yards. They're at their own 39. There's a snap. Now they're going back to the play. And then the ball is thrown. It's to Ingram, and Ingram plows forward and picks up about 7, maybe 8 yards. About 7 yards on the second down. So to be 2nd and 2 for makes it 8 yards, pick up off the pass to Trevor Siemian, who's now 2 of 7 for 13 yards. So Trevor Siemian is starting this game off a little slow anyway, and they need some rhythm. All right, let's see if Coach Payton can put together a decent drive here so that the Saints can move this ball and get something going. All right, here we go again. All right, Trevor Siemian send it 3 wide receivers to the right, hands the ball off to Ingram. Ingram plows forward and picks up another big chunky gain of maybe 7 yards. So but running the ball works. What do you know? What do you know? Running the ball actually works. What do you know? Running the ball, as Coach Payton, man, looking at the Waffle House menu. Now, family, if you know, looking at that Coach Payton Waffle House menu, it's not the same size as previous Waffle House menus. There's Trevor Siemian from the Eagles 46, 47 yard line. They turn and hand the ball over to Tony Jones Jr. and he gets maybe 2 yards on the pickup there. as Hargrave is there to stop him. So it's 2nd and 9. He says picked up just 1 yard on the play. So the Saints get on their side of the field, and he gets stopped and ruffled down right at the 44-yard line of the Eagles' 45-yard line. Good tackle there as they come together and run down the line to make the play. And that'll be that'll be the end of the first quarter, as Saints are 14-0 right now. Eagles up, getting the turnovers on the Saints, and the Saints defense. We'll see, fam. Still a lot of time left in the game. We're going into the second quarter. 14-0. New Orleans is trailing. So, my goodness, fam, we got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of work to do. Lucy, we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do, no doubt about it, family. You down 14 in their building. Saints look like they're putting together a pretty decent rushing a drive this time around. Can we turn it into points? We'll see. All right, TJ Scott Zillis, if we had if we had to somehow win this game, I will still be mad. Thank you, bro. Will Dickerson says Saints got to get it together. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. 2 rushes, first down, says Big Ant. You're absolutely right. All right, laid back Saints says our playmakers are out. We need more playmakers. We just need guys to block and do what they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? If you're an offensive lineman filling in for another offensive lineman, we just need you to beat the guy in front of you. That's what we need your ass to do. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that's what it is, fam. That's what it comes down to. We need you. We need you to block the guy in front of you. Thank you. All right. So I mean, it's crazy, man. You know, Paula says, you're right. Peyton is so stubborn with all the passing. Jones has been forced to run the ball. And you know, who could tell what's in Coach Payton's mind, man? You know, sometimes he has a lot of confidence in Trevor Siemian, but the Saints, the pathway to success is not through Trevor Siemian, it's through the Saints rushing attack. I mean, Siemian simply can't do what he did in the first quarter, which is throwing interceptions that the offense then turns around and converts to points. You can't do that. You cannot do that. What's up, Ramsey? Who that to you? He says, sorry, I missed it. Yeah, it's all good, bro. Big ups. DLP says the damn damn players keep half-ass showing up for these games despite what. Yeah, and this is a part of it, right? You know, they practice all week and then they get into the games. And practicing is good, but you got to bring attitude into this thing when you come up in here. All right, here we go. Saints from their own 44, and then there's a false start penalty. It's going to be against the Saints. They're going to back them up 5 yards. A false start penalty, just like that, and it's against number 67 Young. He gets backed up as Landon Young right there jumps a little first right there on the play, and he knows it. And that's the mistakes you got to dial in. So a lot of people out there, 6 different starting offensive line combinations the Saints have that's tied 4th most in the NFL because all of the stuff with the injuries turning around. And Young, this would be good reps for him at that left tackle position. Saints are now 2nd and 14 backed up to midfield. That's the play action right there. And Trevor Siemian dumps the ball over to, who is it, number 10? That's Marquez Callaway. No, I don't think that's Callaway. Who is it? Who is it? I can't see his number. All right, yes, Traquan Smith. Okay. Traquan Smith makes the catch, picks up most of the yards back that he got off the false start +2. So it'll be 3rd and 8 for the Saints as Traquan Smith makes a 6-yard completion there. 3rd and 8 for the Saints right now. And we'll see what the Saints can do here. Try to get some of that ball back on the Eagles' 43-yard line. There's a snap. Siemian looking again. The ball's out and thrown terrible. And I don't know what Trevor Siemian was throwing at. But he just threw it right into the ground. There was no guys with any jerseys that looked like a Saint jersey was even within the vicinity of where he was throwing the football at. The ball was thrown behind Deontay Harris. I don't know what the hell he was looking at. Looked like the ball slipped out of his grasp and almost was picked off. So the false start kills the Saints' attempt to run the ball, which forces them, and it's the same thing we've seen in previous games, when the Saints either let a sack happen or they can't have one thing go wrong in the drive for them to overcome it. It's real strange to see that the Saints will have a penalty that occur as the punt by Blake Gillikin takes the Saints bounce and is pinned inside of the 4. Great play by Blake Gillikin, pinning Jalen Hurts back inside of the 5-yard line. That helps out a lot, create those long drives. Hopefully the Saints can capitalize by getting a sack or something to that effect. But the Saints can't overcome one. You have one thing happen, they'll have a good drive, then they'll get a false start or a sack, and it'll totally destroy the drive. It's like, okay, they have severe difficulties overcoming a mistake in a drive that cost them something. You see what I'm saying? Like that last play, Simeon was throwing, looked like Harris was out there, but it looked like the ball slipped out of his hands when he was throwing it, and it went out, it was someplace it wasn't supposed to. I'm just happy it wasn't an interception. So here we go. The Eagles get the ball back after a drive by the offense doesn't mount to anything. So, I mean, they're going to have to figure out something, man. The clock is ticking. 4 minutes left. They put the Eagles back inside the 4-yard line. Can the Saints get containment and pressure? There's the snap right there on the play action, and they'll wrestle down this big number 96. And it's a fumble. The Saints have gotten the ball back. The Saints get the ball back after the fumble there as big Christian Ringo gets the fumble, and the Saints get the ball back inside the 5. Let's see what the call is. So the fumble, the Saints, as Sanders comes out with the run, and watch Granderson right there, and you can't tell what's going on in the look. The ball's out right there before it went down as Christian Ringo wrestles the ball out of his arms and recovers it. And the Saints defense do a solid for the offense, and the Saints get the ball back inside the red zone for the Philadelphia Eagles. It's up to you can't get no easier than this. The defense set the offense up for a touchdown. Let's make it happen. And here we go. Saints get the ball at the 6-yard line. Trevor Siemian at the center turns and hands the ball off to Ingram, dances around, and Mark Ingram ran right into the blitz. 2nd and goal right there. The Saints going to have to get points here. The defense set them up and put their ass in the red zone. You got to convert it to a score. Come on, y'all going to have to block. We know we got young guys like Kelvin Throckmorton and Landon Young in there, but you guys, you know how to block, man. You blocked in college, you can block in the pros. Come on. All right, here we go. 13:29 and counting down. 2nd and goal for the Saints. Simeon in the shotgun, wide receivers to the right and left, running back to the left of Simeon. There's the snap. The ball's out, and it's not good because he threw it to Ingram, and the defender hit Ingram and hurt his own damn self. My boy, and he hit Ingram in the backside and hurt himself. He robbed that dude riding. He must have knocked his shoulder loose. That's what it is. That's what it was. He must have separated his shoulder. His legs is kicking like he in severe pain. I know what that is. I know what that is. He disjointed that shoulder. And they popping that shoulder back into place. That's what happened when he hit him in the backside. You can see it right there, and he rivaling in pain. He knocked that shoulder loose. Boy, that's a shame, man. That's a shame. Yeah, it's a shame. And that's Maddox, the guy that just broke off that bread to at the safety position. And looked like it could be a separated shoulder. Got to pop that shoulder in because he rivaling secondary. You seen his legs bucking and kicking? That dude in pain, man. Yeah, he in pain, man. That's a shoulder situation. He separated that shoulder. I can tell you that much. That same shoulder he put on Ingram, man, you got to watch it, man. You got to know what you're doing. If you hitting people, you don't know what you're doing, you can tear yourself up, man. It happens all the time. All right, so right now the Saints sitting inside of the red zone for the Philadelphia Eagles. After the 2 plays that goes nowhere, it'll be 3rd down and goal right here. Can the Saints capitalize? You know, the defense gives the Saints the ball inside of the 10-yard line. You better not just come away with 3 points. You need a touchdown. What more could we do for you? We get the fumble, we set you up to score, and you mean to tell me you can't do that? Something needs to shake. If you can't get no touchdown, you send a pin the 10-yard line. And the Philadelphia Eagles defense is not a really lockdown, drag out defense. They surrender a lot of pointage and yards. So, man, listen. Yeah, we'll see, fam. Yeah, Marcus says Ingram a big back. Yeah, he hit Ingram, and you can see he was rivaling in pain on that ground. Now I can tell you that's a separated shoulder. They probably popping it into place. That's a painful shit there, man. Let me tell you. All right, Devin says no motion or movement pre-snap. We just going to the line and hiking. Yeah, it's pretty simplistic offense. No misdirection. No nothing in the building. Of course, we're a little behind on it. I see the touchdown. I see you, fam. So let's see what goes on now. As you can see, the Saints get the score. And the screen, it's just a little ahead of me right now. The stream is just a little ahead of me, a player so ahead of me. 3:17 remaining on the clock here. The Saints showing that they're about to score a touchdown. Let's see. Trevor Simeon's in the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and right. There's the snap. Simeon's looking, and he scoots out of the sack, looking downfield, throws the ball, and the ball is caught by it's by LaJordan Humphreys. Landon Young hit on the hole on the play, but he found yeah, that's definitely holding. Yeah, but that happens to our guys all the time. We don't get the call. They hold our guys like that all the time. We don't get it. Saints right now, 3 penalties for 25 yards right now. We know on the next drive they might score. As Maddox looks like he's trying to come back into the game. All right, Trevor Simeon in the shotgun running back to his right. And there's a snap right there. And the Saints looking. He steps up in the play. He gets hit, but the ball's delivered and caught by Troutman. Big fish Troutman makes the grab as Trevor Simeon takes the shot, and the Saints get the score there. So there we go. Troutman catches the touchdown after the penalty, back the Saints up, and that's how you got to be. When the referees hit you with those penalties, man, you got to keep going. You got to score. And like I said, the Eagles pass rushers, man, my goodness. That was a really good catch by Adam Troutman, by the way, and Trevor Simeon showing a little elusiveness. And then he gets knocked down to the ground right there. And then look at Troutman right here. Nice catch by Troutman, reaching out with a nice catch. So let's give Troutman some goddamn credit for once, as we actually hit an extra point in the game from the kicker. All right, so the Saints 14-7 in this thing, man. So Troutman gets a touchdown there, man, and slams it. He gets his first catch there for a touchdown, and the offense scores. The offense scores, man, 14-7 right now. The Saints defense set it up. Christian Ringo was able to get the fumble, and see, that turns everything around for the Saints insofar as now the defense can get in there and make some plays happen. The energy to get that going. So like I say, it's too much time on the clock right now to be like, yeah, this is such and such. No, it's too much time. We got a lot of time here. Let's get it go. So Big Trout, the big fish, as they call the big fish makes the catch. I'm telling y'all, man, let's give this kid some opportunity. People say, Q, it's like give Trout. I'm telling you, Troutman could play, going through a little bumps and bruises right now, but the kid could play football. I'm telling you, I'm just keeping it real. But Ringo, man, much love to Christian Ringo, man. The same guy the Saints been cutting and signing and cutting and signing. He gets in there and gets a big time fumble out of Miles Sanders, and the Saints were able to convert that sucker into points. That was huge. All right. 14-7, 13:01 on the clock for the black and gold right now, fam. Let's see what happens here now for the Saints. Can the Saints defense keep the pressure up on the Eagles and make some stuff happen? That's the bottom line, baby. Can we do what we need to be done in this game to help to keep Hurts down, to really hurt Hurts, not hurt Hurts in a bad way, but to kind of stymie him and keep him from doing what he needs to do and being impactful to the Saints. So there it is. Hurst works up to the line of scrimmage. He's under center. Got wide receivers to the right. Got a wide receiver goes in motion from right to left. It's a play action to the running back, and Hurst is looking, and then he leaks out, and then he got all type of room to run, and then he goes down, slides down at the 30, actually the 28-yard line. So it'll be second down, and then maybe picked up about 4 yards on the play. But you got to have containment. So Granderson had a good pass rush, but he vacated that area of the field and left Hurst the ability to run up. And Saints defenders are going to have to know that this guy has the propensity of running, and you're going to have to spy him and keep an eye out for him. It's tough, I know, but that's a part of having a mobile quarterback that can hurt you. Here is 2nd and 6. They're at their own 29-yard line. Jalen Hurst is in the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and right, and it's a direct snap to Hurst, and he just lurks ahead and picks up 3rd and maybe 1 or so. So it was like a quarterback sneak. He was in the shotgun. He direct snap to him, and he just ran right up the center and picked up a couple of yards. And see, I wouldn't do that to Jalen Hurts. I don't know who their offensive coordinator is, but I wouldn't do that shit to Jalen Hurts. He ain't that big. You wouldn't do that. Somebody catches him the right way, that can really hurt him. You don't do that to him. That's a dumbass play right there. I'm a Saints person. I'm telling you, Eagles people, that's a dumbass play, because that can get him hurt right there. You're lucky you have a defender that'll really send him packing. I'm telling y'all, I wouldn't have done that with him. Hurst in the shotgun right there. The Saints coming with containment and pressure, and he's going to wing it out. And the ball he beats Marshawn Lattimore, and Smith's still running. And Smith gets wrangled. He brung down at the 35-yard line right there, and he beats Marshawn Lattimore across the field on a slant play. Now look, he runs through everybody, and then that's that wide openness, and then he was running across the field, picked up a big chunk of yards for the Eagles. He over on the Saints territory at the Saints 35. There's a shotgun. Hurst is looking, can't go nowhere. Look at him running. Hurst is looking, throws it downfield, and it's knocked away. It's knocked away by Marcus Williams. Astute play by Marcus Williams that time, because that was a big play. If Samuel Sanders was able to catch that ball. Now watch Saints do a great job of keeping Jalen Hurts contained, right? And then, of course, when he's rolling around, Hurts throws it on a run. And look, right at the last minute, Hurts, look at Marcus Williams, right at the last minute. Great play by Marcus Williams to knock the ball away, because that would have been a big play for the Eagles on that series. All right, here we go. 14-7. Hurst in the shotgun again. Wide receivers all over the place. There he is. No pressure right there. Just containment. And the Saints, Jawan Johnson comes up there and smothers them out. Not much of a gain on that play. 3rd down by the Eagles. Right now, 14-7. Saints defense starting to rally around. You can see they neutralizing a lot of the plays early that the Eagles had success with. Notice that what the Saints are doing, leaving everything out front for Jalen Hurts to do, and he has no choice but to find the guy. Then the Saints converge to the ball catcher. 3rd and 12 now for the Eagles right now. Jalen Hurts is in the shotgun. 3 wide receivers to the left, a tight end to the right, running back to his right. There's the snap. Saints coming with only 3 pressure. Ball out the backfield, and he's cleaned up there by number 29, Paulson Debo, to be 4th down. So the Saints keep everything out front of him, and Debo just comes up, makes the play. 4th and 9, the Eagles will kick a field goal, and as you can see, they're going to end up making it. It'll be 17-7. So the Saints, notice the first 2 series of the game, and so far as what happened with the Eagles offense, the Saints have already, to a degree, have made an adjustment. The plays that they were having success with, and that speaks to the IQ of the Saints defense, because the Eagles were having this success with these college-style plays when Jalen Hurts will have the ball, and then ultimately, a 50-yard field goal, my goodness, and the guy kicks it right on through. So it'll be 17-7 on the 50-yard field goal by the Philly kicker. So as you can see, great play by that. And, of course, Marcus Williams on the back end batting the ball away, them converging to the ball catcher, playing back and keeping everything in front. And then when the ball catcher catches, the Saints converges to the guy. They did a really good job of containment on Jalen Hurts on that play. where he was trying to run left, trying to run right. There was nothing. Then he scooted around and tried to make a play. So, like I said, man, the Saints are making these adjustments to kind of keep everything in front. So a lot of these college style plays that you see Philly had success with early, you're going to see the Saints slowly take that away. Now it's up to the Saints offense to build on the momentum of a very good offensive drive. Even though it was a short field, it's still something that we can do with that. So, I mean, fam, let's talk to the fam on that. Let's see what you got to say, fam. Y'all tell me how y'all feel about the Saints right now. Do you feel a kind of a shift going on here? I'm just asking. The Saints got the touchdown. The defense, it started with the defense in Christian Ringo. The Saints were pent back. The Eagles were driving. The Saints come up. They say, listen, we need to stop right now. The Saints were able to get the stop, not only a stop, but a fumble by Christian Ringo in the red zone, in their own red zone. The Saints were able to take that penalty, turn it into points. Then on the third part of it, the Saints defense didn't get involved and forced the Eagles to punt the ball, well, take a long field goal anyway, 17-7. Y'all feel the energy shift? Y'all let me know. Y'all, the defense created it and created something. The Saints offense score. Then the defense comes back, stops the Eagles with a long field goal. So y'all feel something? We'll see, man. We'll see if the Saints can capitalize, offensively speaking, on the next drive to see if they can do what they need to do to take this thing to the next level, because that's really what it is. All right, so let's keep it. All right. Carrington says, I feel it. Just got to have faith. Thank you, Carrington. Appreciate you. Who that tell you? All right. Steve says, goddamn, Newton is back. Saints, do your thing. All right. All right. Cam Newton doing his thing. All right. Jersey heard the game on the radio now at home watching it. All right. All right. KB, what's up, Queen? She says, can't tell me the Eagles not holding out there. The Eagles are holding their asses off. They are. But, it's just really, it sucks to me at times, and y'all know I'm really heavy-handed on the officials because they deserve it. They deserve all the scrutiny in the world because we've seen some of the most, really obvious bullshit calls like the one against the Titans last week, where the referee was holding the flag, watching what was going on in the end zone. What you doing that for? If the play is in front of you, if the guy got rough in the passer, throw the flag right then and there. Why you looking at what happens downfield before you throw the flag? See, that type of shit, when I call that out, it blows the whole perception of what they're doing out there out of the water, because they're out there caught. That was a clear-cut example of them caught manipulating shit. Deontay Harris gets the ball and the kick from the Eagles. He was able to kind of squiggle his way out of it and picks up some yardage that gets out past around the 20-yard line. And, of course, you see Cam out there running around on the Washington Redskins defense, man. So I don't think they have Chase out there. I think Chase is hurt. So Cam doing what he does, man. Let's see if he can sustain that, man. All right, 17-7. I'm glad to see him out there, man. I feel good next time we come around, so we can knock the piss out of him in the back end of the season. Saints with the ball at their own 25, and there's the ball. He holds it up, and there's nice play by Mark Ingram. Got real skinny through that hole, man. That hole was just shrink to nothing, and he got real skinny and was able to pick up some yardage out there. Picked up 4. It'll be 2nd and 6 for the Saints on a 4-yard pickup by Mark Ingram. That's different. Coach Payton runs out some more different personnel packages. 6 rushes for 35 yards for him. And we got to keep Ingram running the ball. Trevor Siemian is in the shotgun formation. Saints have wide receivers on the left and right. There's a snap to the shotgun. Siemian delivers the ball. Ball almost intercepted because Trevor Siemian is thrown into an area where they got 4 Philadelphia Eagles. What are you looking at, bro? I mean, he throwing into an area. They had 4 Philadelphia Eagles guys in that area. What the hell are you throwing over there for? 1 Saint, 4 Philly Eagles over there. 3rd and 6. Now, see, we could have ran the ball and shrunk the 6 yards. Why you needed the shotgun it there? Keep doing what works. Just Trevor Siemian guy doesn't have it right now. 3rd and 6. Wide receivers to the left and right. He's in the shotgun again. Eagles showing pressure. They look like they're showing blitz, and they're coming with it. Guy comes right through. He throws the ball in the ground right in front of Ingram. They're showing blitz. I can see it. Why can't you? You can't. The Eagles were showing blitz. The guy went straight up the middle. Why can't you see that? I mean, he's showing the pressure. Quarterback, what you looking at? I mean, damn. Don't you have the ability to call coverages, make plays or adjustments? I hope so. God damn. The man was showing blitz the whole way. All right, here go the Saints punting again. Once again, a sorry ass bullshit play by the Saints because they refused to do what works, was running the ball. Why would you go in the shotgun on the second down with Trevor Siemian, who don't have it right now? You should have kept running the ball. See, this is a clear example when coaches get in the way of success on the field because you're too pass addicted to stick with run. See, there was no need for the Saints to go second, to throw the ball in the shotgun at 2nd and 6. What you doing? You were operating well with the run. Why would you go away from the run with 2 back-to-back passes that don't net you nothing? I mean, it's just, this is an example when coaches get in the way of the football. Run the ball, man. That's why I don't be calling no Coach Payton no genius and all that. The hell with that shit. Because the thing is, you would know if you was a genius, you would know what to do. Is stick to the fundamentals. Run the ball. You're not having that much success throwing the ball right now. And whatever you're going to get it through the running game. That first drive, you hit them for 4. Why would you then go to a shotgun? And the shotgun, the third time you was forced to. But in the second down, you could have ran the ball. You might have picked it up. You might have been 3rd and short. Who knows? Dude, you're too quick to trying to throw the ball, and Siemian don't have it. The key to success and winning is not through Trevor Siemian. It's through the running game with Siemian on the back of the running attack. Look what happened that play. I seen the guy, the safety linebacker, whatever the hell the guy is, keying up on the blitz. You couldn't see that? You couldn't see that the guy was showing blitz? You don't have the power to make adjustments? I hope he does, man, because that'll be really foolish and stupid for you to put that old ass quarterback out there and be in a shotgun with no protection and not be able to slide protection or audible out to something else because the Eagles are showing defense. I mean, man, you can't. I mean, you got to make adjustments at the line, man. That guy was showing blitz the whole way. I called the play before he came in there. This is not going. This is bull crap, man. He gets away from the pass too much. Trevor Siemian don't have it right now, and I'm not saying he won't have it in the game, but you got to be able to give him an opportunity by running the football. That guy ain't gonna beat these teams by himself. It's not gonna happen. The Eagles are gonna tee off on him every time. I mean, my goodness, man, my goodness. Black Preacher Man sports fan Caleb says, "I told you Peyton gets pass happy." Yeah, you called it. You called it, Preacher Man Caleb. You called that shit. You said it early in the first quarter. Thank you, Chris. Big ups to Chris, man. Thank you, Chris Waterman. And look at that, man. Big run up the middle by Sanders, man. He gets all the way to the Saints 44-yard line. I mean, from the Eagles to the Eagles 44-yard line with Howard. Jordan Howard comes in the game right up the center and gashes the Saints for a big chunk of change right there. Thank you, Preacher Man Caleb, man. You're right. Pass addiction, I calls it. Pass addiction. And it hurt our drive that time. We could have had something there. And there's the shotgun right there and another run right up the center, and the Saints allowing 2 hefty run plays right up the center of the gut of the defense using Howard, the running back. Very tough as the Saints get gashed 2 big times right there running the ball right up the center. Saints defense, we got to get it right. There's a shotgun right there at midfield. Another run, and he picks up the first down. But he only needed a handful, like a yard, to pick up the first down. He gets 3 yards right there on the play. As the Eagles are running, they're just running the ball now. So expect them to come with a pass at some point. But Howard had 4 rushes for 28 yards, and they're hitting the Saints. They hitting the Saints with the no huddle now. 3 wide receivers to the left. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He has number 24, look like Jordan there behind him once again. Demario Davis pays attention. There's a snap. The ball is handed to the same running back. Man ran up and picked up another big old chunk of yards on the New Orleans Saints defense. God damn, man. God damn. The defense they can't allow this to happen, man. Look how the players designed. It's almost like it's just like, right, Onyemata gets blocked out of it, and the Saints just get manhandled on the possession. This whole drive, the Eagles are just pushing the Saints and resituating the line of scrimmage on their ass. So I mean, they don't need to do anything if that's the case, and they don't. They just go right back to the run, and the Saints finally do, and he picks up another 4-yard gain. This whole drive is just straight. This is what I'm talking about. Attitude. They just dominating the Saints defensive line, just running on them, just pushing them out the way. It takes attitude, man, and intensity to be able to match what these people are doing. 2nd and 6, and he picked up 4 on the game. Jalen Hurts is in the shotgun once again. Running back Howard is behind him. And what do you want to think that this will be another run play? All right, Jalen Hurts with the pass, he got time to throw. He's scooting around, he's looking, and he got it look like, and he's gonna look, and just throws it out of bounds. So good coverage on the play. It'll be 3rd and 6 for the black and gold as the Saints held containment on Jalen Hurts, and there was nothing upfield. Good defensive play there by the black and gold. All right, thank you, Chris, and big ups to Chris Waterman for your cash app, my friend. Thank you, my friend, for your cash app. Much love, he says, for Big Q watch party. Thank you, Chris Waterman. Big ups to you, fam. Appreciate you. All right, so the Saints on that drive did a wonderful job insofar as making sure that they kept Jalen Hurts contained. And we all know that you got to definitely keep his ass contained. You can't let him run around there and create problems for you. That's most certainly something you don't want to do. All right, here we go, 3rd and 6, and we got a timeout by the Philadelphia Eagles as they use their first timeout right there. So we got a little timeout here. All right, fam. Yeah, I mean, he really did. Was just Jalen Hurts is just like one of them guys. He scurries around in the pocket with skates. The Saints did a good job of basically keeping him contained and throwing the ball. And that's what you got to do. Remember, we talked about that, family. A lot of the plays that they were using with him that the Saints have basically neutralized. And then they just switched it up and they came with this bat you in the face running attack. Let's try to test this Saints running attack. And they had success running on the Saints that last drive. Unlike previous drive, they had success gashing the Saints. Let's see if the Saints make the adjustment and blitz gap these guys. 3rd and 6, there's the snap, and it should be a flag because it's like false start by the Eagles. No call on the play, and Goddard makes the catch right there and gets down to the Saints 12-yard line. Look like the Eagles people moved first before the snap, but they didn't call it. Looked like that guy got started early, and there was no call on the play. Man, that right tackle for the Eagles, that guy moved. That ball jumped for a little ahead of the ball. And you can see Quan Alexander missed the tackle on the play. Here's the shotgun inside the 15-yard line. Hurst is looking to try to make a play, and he's just going to throw the ball, and it's a goddamn touchdown. It's a flag down for, it's probably pass interference on Goddard. It's going to be, he pushed off. And I at least give the referees credit for the push off because they actually give them credit for that. Look at that. Davenport with the containment there. All right. An eligible player. Offensive pass interference. They back the Eagles up and give the Saints an opportunity to do it again. So at least they do a good job on that play of doing what they do there. So we'll see how it all situates here for the Saints. So they do get calls, both calls, all calls against the Eagles. It backs them up. And let's see what happens, man, in there. So good play good play right there by the Saints. Anyway, then they go backs them up to the 22-yard line or the 23-yard line. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun with running backs to his left. And look, they false start again by the offense. No call, and that's wide open. And it's incomplete thanks to the play by Smith. Tried to make the play, and the Saints push him out. Marcus Williams on the stop. Marcus Williams is playing hella fine ball today, man. He had two really big plays right there. And watch, and Marcus comes into play right there and pushes the guy out of bounds. Now, right there, Marcus just pushes him right on out. He gets 1 foot in, but you need two. in the pros. So good play by Marcus Williams. Got to give Marcus Williams credit, man. He flying and making plays. That's two really big plays by Marcus Williams on the back end of that drive. 2nd and 20 now. Wide receivers to the left. They got 5 wide receivers out there. Jalen Hurts. The Saints sending 3 guys. Hurts has all the time in the world looking around. He's in the pocket there, all the time in the world looking for, and he finally escapes out to the 20-yard line there. So the Saints keep him in. There was nothing downfield for Jalen Hurts. He had all kind of time back there to try to find somebody, and he finally gets out there and picks up maybe 4 yards on the play. But watch the offensive line just shove one of the Saints defenders to the ground right here. Saints had a really great coverage on that play, covered everything up. Nowhere for him to go with the ball. And, of course, he had to use his feet to get out of harm's way. And Evil was chased out of bounds by the Saints defender. So Saints defense has stepped up to neutralize what they're doing. They're just kicking field goals at this point. Offense has to get on tap. So here we go, 3, 2, 1, and look like they're going to allow the play clock to lapse. That should be a penalty right there. They're going to let them go. It looked like passing. It looked like it was delay of the game. The coach, the damn referee said, nah. It should have been delay of game, but that don't matter. 4th and 16 now, because the play clock went 0 before the snap, but it's all good. And the Saints see the Saints defense. Look, tough play right there. You see Malcolm Jenkins coming over to supplant a hit, what could have been a real hit, and he's seen him coming. He's seen him coming. All right, 4th and 16, Saints force a field goal from the Eagles on the play, and Elliott made a 50-yarder, so let's see if he can get there. Ain't no wind kicking out there, so we'll see if the Eagles can knock it in, and he's going to hit it right down the center. I wish that guy was our kicker right now. 20-7, the Eagles now up by 2 scores on the black and gold. With 4:20 left, the Eagles offense got to get up off their ass. The Saints offense got to get up off their ass and make something happen now, because they're trailing by 2 scores now. So let's see what can happen here. Yeah, fam, this is the thing, man. Right now, the Saints, you can see the Saints defense, and I told the family members, I said, listen, I'm good at looking at trends, man. I really am. And what I was noticing about the Saints defense, and I was pinpointing it, I said, listen, the Saints forced a turnover. That created a momentum shift. The Saints offense was able to convert the turnover into points. The next series, which was a defensive series, the Saints were able to get Philly off the field, made him kick a long field goal, 50 yards. Jake Elliott hit it. This series down, and on the offensive series, you can hang that failure on Coach Payton, because he should have been running the ball as opposed to throwing the ball, because Trevor Siemian has no rhythm. He has no rhythm right now. And the offense is just snap. No, it's no adjustments. Pay attention to the offense, see if you see any adjustments. It's elementary, simplistic, level 1 football. There are no adjustments being made that I've seen. Maybe they make the change there. There's no pre-snap adjustments. Looking at other guys, linebackers, are they showing blitz? Do we need to slide protection? Do we need to change the play from something to something else? Do we need to shift this play to a screen to take advantage of their aggressiveness? Do we need to do something? No, we just gonna snap it, and the guy comes in there and forces you to take the hit. So we got to do something different. We can't have elementary style football in this thing. Saints gonna have to run this goddamn football. It's just what they got to do. If you want success, Trevor Siemian doesn't have the glow right now, and every possession that you don't score, the Eagles kicking field goals can keep putting pressure on the Saints to do something. Here we go from their own 25. Saints, Trevor Siemian on center. It's a play action to the run. It's a screen for the tight end, and there's Adam Troutman moving up the field, and he gets out of bounds. Picked up a nice chunk of change on the tight end screen to Adam Troutman. So he picks up a good change of yards on that play as the watch, and good play right here. And then, of course, he dunks it off to Troutman, and Troutman running behind the rest of these guys, and he picks up a nice gain of yards right there off the tight end screen. So he running with people in there, and he was able to pick up a little change. That's interesting. I've seen this play for Coach Payton using Adam Troutman, trying to get him more involved in stuff like that. Here we go. Saints going for another pass again. No, it's going to go to Ingram, and Ingram is going to run the ball, and he picks up about 2 or 3 yards on the play. That's so it'll be 2nd and maybe 7, maybe 8. 3:36 remain on the clock. The Saints really need to go into a 2-minute offense right now. They need rhythm. They need to stop effing around, and they really need to go into a 2-minute offense to take advantage and moving this ball to gain some rhythm. You need to go into the 2-minute offense, man. Let's see what they do now. Shot, and nope. Trevor Siemian under center. from the Saints' own 47-yard line. Tony Jones Jr. is back there. It's a play action to Tony Jones, and the ball is thrown down at the feet of him because all the pressure came. I don't know what was that. But he just threw the Trevor Siemian throws the ball into the ground. So Trevor Siemian seen the blitz. All of them came through. The blitz leaked through because Garrett Griffin got beat like a dog on the play. I don't know why Juwan Johnson ain't in there. Garrett Griffin got beat like a dog on that play. That's why his ass standing up there on the sideline right now. Third and 7 for the Saints on the play. Shotgun. Wide receivers to the right and left. And Tony Jones there. And we're going to have a false start. Look like he jumped early. No flag, though. And there's the ball is thrown and is knocked away. He's going to Marquez Callaway. Slade Jr. on the stop. 4th and 7 for the Saints. My goodness, man. First of all, you can't do that shit, Marquez Callaway, bro. You got Marquez Callaway. You can't let Darius Slay ride your hip like that, bro. That's the easiest thing in the world. And if that was Michael Thomas on that play, Michael Thomas would have created separation before he dipped into the cut. He would have nudged him with his elbow to create something, man. But not just allow Darius Slay to ride your goddamn hip like that and to be an active participant on that stoppage. And of course, the special teams does a good job again, pins the Eagles back deep in their own territory, and we got our defense coming out because our offense ain't shit. I mean, my goodness, man. Marquez Callaway, bro, you got to learn how to do this shit. You got Michael Thomas. You've been there with Michael Thomas. If he's not there to show you, at least watch the footage. Bro, you can't go into your route with Slay on your hip like that. You got to create separation. When you bend and dip into that route, throw that goddamn elbow out there to create separation. You can't do it any other way. You can't let Darius Slay ride your hip like that, bro. Come on, man. Shit. Hell, who coaching these guys, man? Come on. You can't let the man ride your hip like that. When you dip into the cut, throw your elbow out there to create separation. Something. Damn. Who teaching these guys, man? All right, here we go with the snap. Jalen Hurts them inside the 5. You got Sanders right there. He gets stopped. And he gets stopped right there, maybe about 2 or 3. And they're saying they got another fumble. The Saints recovered the ball again. But they're saying forward progress killed the play. Man, that forward progress, that's some BS, man. That should be Saints ball, man. That should be Saints ball, but it's all right. All right, here we go from the 8-yard line. The Eagles pinned the 2nd and 6 now, and goddamn Cam jumps offside. Man, God, encroachment on Cam. Man, I tell you, man, there was no whistle blown on that play before that fumble, man. All right, it says a 2-minute warning, but that really was offside by Cam. Saved by the 2-minute warning. Yeah, I know, fam. I know. There was no flag. There was no. You go back and play the play. There wasn't no whistle that blew that play dead. To say, oh yeah, he was still at. They were still moving the power. How was it? You know, what can I tell you? Yeah, Gundam says Callaway needs conditioning. Yeah, you can't do that, man. I know, Clint, that was a fumble. But once again, the referees, that's what they do. Damn, we came by. Yeah, that's how I go. But I mean, we've seen enough of them. They'll be saying that I'm saying that the referees is doing everything and they can to stop the Saints. They'll start saying that when I start laying shit out. But if anybody with eyes that can see, everybody got a different set of eyes, man. It's all about what you see and how you see, man. I mean, for real. And I just don't like a lot of these calls in this game, but it is what it is. You still have to play through that game. You still got to play through it all. and make things happen regardless or not. You know what I mean, family? You just got to. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You gotta pay, you gotta play through this thing. So yeah, I don't like a lot of the calls. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. But the reality is it is what it is. And so far as we can't do it. 20-7 right now. The Saints are trailing right now. They got the Eagles pinned in their own red zone. The defense is playing well. The defense is playing well enough. It's the offense. What we need to do about this offense? Because it's ridiculous. I mean, it's really very simplistic preschool style offensive play calling here. We'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see. Still plenty of time left. Big ups to the fam. Tell me what y'all think, fam. Tell me what y'all think and how y'all feel about this in here, man. Just to be honest with you. All right. All right. Much love. All right. Let's get this going here. Bobby Space Ghost says, why can't the Saints stretch the field? That's the thing. I think the Saints, they have the speed because Deontay Harris is out there. But I just think right now the offense, you can set up stretching of the field if you just run the football and force those safeties to come down. You can get shots. Saints are not consistently. When they get good run plays, the Saints then get off the run plays to try to force the pass. They're totally impatient. That's Coach Payton. He's impatient. He wants to get the ball in the air as soon as possible. You got to develop the running attack first. Here we go. 2-minute warning. The 2nd and 6 with the Eagles pinned up against their own goal line. There's a running play, and Sanders is out there, and he gets knocked down by Debo right there. Debo ties him up, and it'll be 3rd and 1. But he was running for a first down if it wasn't for Debo on the stop. He got a good little cut out there, and the Eagles are running the football really well against the Saints' vaunted defense. The Saints' defense ain't looking right, really nothing right now, to be honest with you. They really aren't looking that terrific. But the offense, Coach Payton needs to get up off his ass and turn this offense around, to be honest with you. He needs to stop being so impatient to try to force the pass as much as he's doing. And he needs to focus on getting this offense together with a 2-minute offense, just jumping into the offense. They need rhythm right now. There's nothing going on. They need to jump into the 2-minute offense to spur something. They really do. Because they're dead in the water right now, except for what the defense gave them. All right, here we go. 3rd and 1. You got 2 running backs to the sides of Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. And that man easily gets the first down. Not even no problem. He picks up 6 yards going to Howard. And here goes fighting going on with damn Davenport now. Davenport and the Eagles linemen now are fighting each other now, wrestling with each other now. Yeah, Malata been talking shit to Davenport all day. Well, I'll tell you what, hopefully it wake up the Saints, to be honest with you. It wakes up that defense because Davenport talking. And if he could piss Davenport off, I think Malata be doing us a favor. Because we know Malata's a big fellow, man. But I know he can't stand under no goddamn Davenport. But hopefully he pissed the Saints defense off with that tussle. They might rule to regret that one. 1st and 10 now, they got the first down. Maybe it can make the Saints piss them off, man, here. And there is the play right here where you see the Saints get back there and stop him at the line of scrimmage, David Onyemata. This might be what the Saints need, man, to piss them off after what happened there. And look at that, just gets him. David Onyemata. So let's see the Saints. That's a positive play for the Saints. Hopefully it pissed the Saints defense off, man. And make them wake up. 2nd and 10 now. After David Onyemata breaks through and gets to the line of scrimmage there and stops the runner. It looked like I thought he lost some yardage on it, but they say no, didn't lose anything. All right, here we go. Shotgun, Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He got wide receivers to the right and left, and his running back is to his left in the shotgun. There's a snap from their own 19-yard line. Saints come with the pressure. The ball's out, and he's taken down. Smith, Marshawn Lattimore makes the stop right there. They keep everything in front of him. So it's third down. As you can see, Smith makes the play, and Laddie Daddy right there on him drags him down and then lifts him up. I mean, he's super light, so I guess it is picks him right up. He takes him down and just lifts him and put him right back up. They say he is light in the ass, so I guess Lattimore just proved it. He gonna have to pick up some weight, man, for real. Dude, do you like that? Lift you up like you're a gift basket? Come on, bro. All right, here we go. Shotgun, 3rd and 4. Man in motion there. There's a snap right there. And the Saints come with pressure. The ball's out and it's poorly thrown. And it's no good as he throws toward the sideline. Jalen Hurts at 4th and 4 right there. Saints, like I've said, and I'm documenting this, fam, the Saints defense have done a damn good job. And I told y'all, since the fumble, since the Saints set up the Saints defense set up the Saints offense after the fumble and the score, they got that score. They have not scored since in terms of offense. They have not been able to move the ball against the Saints defense. All they've gotten were field goals. So there go the punt right there, and it's away. And there's the return, and the goddamn ball is dropped by Harris, and then he recovers it. Goddamn, Harris. 50 seconds remaining there. Here we go, Saints. 20-7 right now. Trevor Siemian, once again, they're in the shotgun with Trevor Siemian. Got 4 wide receivers, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. The ball's out, and it's caught right there by Traquan Smith. He picks up about 6 or 7 yards on the play. The Saints trying to operate the red zone. Now they're trying to operate the 2-minute offense. There's a snap again. Siemian out, balls picked off, intercepted, and pick 6. He's gone. Gone, and that's a pick 6 by Trevor Siemian. Threw it to Darius and throwing the damn ball too much with Trevor Siemian. I said the guy don't have it today. Goddamn guy don't have it today. And we trying to force him throwing. That's the second goddamn interception this dude done threw today. He overusing Trevor Siemian and not running the ball enough. And now you got a major deficit facing you. About 20 points you're trailing. And I don't understand what this is here. And it's a comeback route, and Slade just sat on it the whole way. And he throwing toward their best cover man, and he paid for it too. He paid for it too. So they get a pick 6 after the Saints defense did a wonderful job of keeping the Eagles out of the end zone. The dumbass offense turns it over to them, gives them the interception. So I mean, this is pathetic, man. Look at that. I mean, you're gonna throw at Darius Slay, man. I mean, that's their best cover, man. And you're gonna throw at the goddamn man. I don't even know, just look and throw without even seeing where he is. I mean, that's pathetic, man. That's horrible. But once again, it shows you the Saints' inability to balance the system. There's no way we should be throwing the ball in this game as much as we've been throwing it with Trevor Siemian. It should be more run-based to at least help Trevor Siemian out. Now Trevor Siemian's going to get lamb-basted, man, by family members. They're going to lamb-baste the hell out of Trevor Siemian. He just needed the right game for it to happen. And they've been coming for him lately, but this time around, they have the ammunition to take him apart on this one. But you could blame this one on Coach Payton. He's not balancing the offense correctly. He needs to be running the ball, and now you're putting all the pressure on Trevor Siemian in this matchup to make plays downfield, and the guy is turning the ball over. He shouldn't be even throwing it this much, especially on a comeback route like that. And Slade seen it the whole way. 27-7. The Eagles are cooking the Saints right now. They're cooking themselves, to be honest with you. And there's the return by Deontay Harris. He can't get nothing going. He takes the ball out the end zone and don't even get back to the 20-yard line. He gets to the 19. Why comeback route, though? I don't get it. Why comeback route? Maybe if you go deep with the shot, why comeback route? I'm just asking the question to myself. Why comeback route there? Why not a streak up the field and a shot down the field? You could have beat Darius. He can't stay with Deontay Harris' speed. Why not a shot down field? I understand the comeback route. I just don't get that portion of it. I don't understand. Saints gonna take the victory. They're gonna just take the knee and get into halftime. Pathetic performance by the Saints early on. A mistake-filled performance by the black and gold. Has nothing to do with injuries, family. It has everything to do with execution, not injuries. Now let's go into, because you're gonna hear these guys go into their injury bag. Well, we injured. What you expect? These guys are not as good as the starters, but that's not the point. You need to execute, regardless if you're a starter or not. You need to execute. Black preacher man, sports fan Caleb says Simeon is shook. We are in for a long day. He shook. I got you, black preacher. A black preacher man, sports fans Kelly. Thank you for your super chat, fam. Yeah, man, this is tough to watch, family. Because we get to overtime now. But John says Q quarterback is our problem, along with receiver and coaching. I mean, execution, bro. Execution is key. It's execution. These guys is playing in the game, bro. They can block and they can catch. But also you got to look at it too. Why are we throwing the ball as much as, they were moving the ball wonderfully with the pass. People gonna call out Trevor Simeon, and he did make some bad passes in this matchup. But it ties to execution. The Saints got to be able to execute better than this, man. I mean, you got guys going out here, and it's not just them; it's the coaching too. Because Peyton is so quick to try to go back to the past when they don't have it. You got to understand, man. Listen, bro, we don't have it right now. Let's run this ball first and see what we can get ourselves into. Let's run the football. Let's just run the damn thing. Let me show you some halftime stats and show you where the Eagles are on their way to a similar shellacking of, well, not shellacking, but they ran up and put 249 yards on the Saints last year. Let me show you where they are now. Take a peek. Halftime statistics coming right at you. 13 first down right now for the Eagles operating this thing. 5 for the Saints. 4 passing first down versus 3. And if you look at the third down efficiency, the Saints stank. 2 of 7 on third down, and the only touchdown they had was because the defense put their ragged asses inside the 5 for them to score. You look at the Eagles, they're 8 of 12 on third down. Total plays, Saints 29 to 43. Total yards, look at this, 99 to 249. Total drives, 97 favor the Saints. Don't make a difference. Saints only averaging 3.4 yards per play. The Eagles doing 6 yards per play. 2 rushes, first down. Every time 2 plays gets them a first down. You can't beat nobody that way. 60 yards passing it because Peyton got him throwing in the air. You got this dude with 18 passing attempts. This should not even be the case. He shouldn't have 18 pass attempts. And the rushing the game only has 11. Say, well, we ain't running the ball. You ain't passing the ball well either. 3.3 versus 3.5. You tell me where you gonna go with that thing. You look at the rushing yard. They 39 yards off 11 carries, 3.5 yards per rush for the Saints rushing attempt. Look at what the Eagles are doing. The Eagles have already put up 152 yards rushing at halftime on your ass right now. Off of 27 carries, they're averaging 5.6 yards per rush. This is halftime statistics right now. We're at halftime right now. And they're already at 156 rushing yards on the Saints defense right now. Already. 156 yards rushing a yard as the Saints done put. That done blasted their little hold on 73, 74 yards stopping you. They done doubled that shit up, man. It ain't a game, man. They're not playing games with you. 152 yards rushing the Eagles are right now. Off of 27 carries, they're averaging 5.6 yards per carry. But being that the defense is doing everything they can to force the Eagles to kick field goals, the Saints offense just turned over a pick 6 to help put themselves further in the lead. Now, is the game over? No, the game is not over, depending on what the Saints do, because we've seen in the Atlanta matchup, the Saints came from 20 down to take the lead by 2. Can that happen this game? Sure it can. But I'm pretty sure Coach Payton in there blasting and blowing up these people, and he should be blasting and blowing out these people. 3 penalties for 25 yards, 2 for 15 for the Eagles at home, which they not have. That's home cooking, fam. You don't get home cooking. All the calls, you don't get the home cooking. The Eagles right now are getting the home cooking. Turnovers, Saints have 2 turnovers. You cannot go into people's building, not run the football, not bring the rushing attack with you, and profess to sit up here and turn the ball over with interceptions, and one is a pick six, and expect you're going to beat somebody. It's not going to happen. You can't make these mistakes and expect to go anywhere and beat these teams. It will not happen. It will not happen, fam. It's not going to happen. As you can see right there, let's get back to the halftime statistics, as you can see. And, of course, the defensive touchdown, that's for the Eagles on that pick six before halftime. And the Eagles are controlling the clock 19 minutes and 27 seconds. The Saints 10 minutes and 33 seconds. They can't do anything, right? Offense, one really good offensive drive is because they were forced into that drive. They were given basically a touchdown by the Saints offense. All right, let's get into it. Let me see if I can kind of shrink this a bit so we can get the halftime here. Give me just a second. Let me see. Give me a second, fam. Let me adjust it. Yeah, this is something here. All right, so here we go. This is some of the statistics right here from halftime, fam. As you can see, Trevor Siemian at half, 6 of 18 for 60 yards, 3.3 yards per throw, 1 touchdown. He has 2 interceptions. Saints can come back. We've seen them come back. We'll see if they can do it in this game. They went 20 points through 22 points on the Falcons at the back end. We'll see if they can do that here. Ingram, 7 carries for 38 yards. He was averaging 5 yards per play. Why are you not using Mark Ingram? Ingram is averaging 5 yards per rush. It's the same story with Sean Payton every game. It's the same thing. It's his discipline. He doesn't have the discipline to stick to the rush when it's working. Mark Ingram is averaging 5.4 yards per rush right now. He only had 7 rushes in the game. But you mean to tell me that Siemian has 18 pass attempts and he's averaging 3.3 yards? The man has no rhythm right now. His rhythm comes once the running attack is there, because it takes the pressure off of Trevor Siemian. So how are you not running the football? I'm just showing you the numbers, man, because that's what it comes down to. You got to run the ball. You can't just, do this thing when he gets this pass addiction and he's trying to have you. It's no way Trevor Siemian, he's on pace to have damn near over 35 pass attempts in this game. That shouldn't even be the case. The Saints have 11 rushing carries this first half. Ingram averaging 7 carries. He had 7 carries for 38 yards. That's 5.4 yards per rush, and he only had 7 of them freaking things in the game. The Eagles had 27 pass rushes in the game. 27 in the first half for 152 and 2 touchdowns. That's how they beating you. They're beating you by using the rushing attack. That's the thing I told Brother Birdman the other day. Thank you, Brother Prime. He said, I blame the Peyton for arrogance. It's just he got to come out. He got to get his head out of his ass, man. That's the bottom line. He got to get his head out of his ass and run the ball, man. It's the same story every game. You ain't good enough right now to be beating people with the pass. Just come out with the pass. It don't work like that right now. You got to use the rushing attack to win the game. Mark Ingram is your best offensive weapon that you have. You mean to tell me you're going to put 18 attempts in the hands of Trevor Siemian and only 7 in the hands of Mark Ingram, the team's all-time leading rusher in franchise history? With Elvin out, Ingram should be the bell cow, which we travel. He's giving you 5.4 yards per carry. Anyway, let's keep going, man. It's more proof. Adam Troutman had 4 targets toward him, 2 catches, 37 yards. He got a score in the game. Ingram doing it with the catching too. 2 catches for 12. Traquan Smith, 2 catches for 11 off of 3 targets. Callaway, 3 times he was targeted. Nothing from Callaway, because Callaway, people saying he's not fast enough. I disagree with he's not fast enough to create separation. But if you watch wide receivers, how they create separation, even Coach Payton talked about that, where he made mention of the fact there's several ways to create separation. It's the run past the guy with speed. Another one is the stopping. When you're breaking down and you go into your cut either left or you cutting right, you got to know how to cut. Like it's got to be violent. Like you got to sell the route. And that's something you don't just go out there and run routes. If you run them, you got to sell the routes. You running them and you dip down and you cut right or left, you got to sell it. Because that's what watch Mike Thomas. Mike Thomas does it. I best he's one of the elite at doing it. Mike sells the run. He'll run and then stop, break down, and he'll cut either right or left. And if he got a defender on his hip, he gonna do a little arm nudge or something to get that son bitch off of him so that he can have space to do it. Callaway is not there yet mentally to know how to add that into that. It's not just about doing that. You got to know how to create the little nuances to be able to do that. You breaking it down and running, you see that you can't let no guy like that hang on your hip like that, especially Slay. You got to know how to run that thing. You can't do that, man. You know, but they're young, bro, and I think they're going to eventually get it together. Deontay Harris has nothing, man. 3 times he was targeted, nothing. So Callaway and Harris, nothing going to them. Defense is really trying, man. They really are. Quan Alexander, 6 tackles in the thing. Paulson Adebo has 5. Davenport has 4. Saints, no sacks. No sacks in the game, but neither are the Eagles. None of these guys have any sacks. So it is what it is. 3 kick returns for 51 yards for Harris in the game, and he's averaging 20. You might as well just field the damn ones, man, because you never get beyond the 25. Just field them. And of course, we see Blake Gillikin doing this thing. Blake Gillikin had 5 punts for 200, almost 300 yards. Blake Gillikin is punting his ass off. His leg gonna fall off. 5 punts for 51.4 yard average. This man punting half the field every time he punting the ball. 5 punts, 3 of them in the 20. Longest was a 62-yarder. Saints can't capitalize on pinning them, and that's a big part of why the Eagles' offense is stalling out as much as they are stalling out. Is the fact that Blake Gillikin is putting them all the way back and pinning them inside that 5. That happened 3 times. Where the Saints were able to pin the Eagles deep in their own territory, forcing very long drives where the Saints had them in uncomfortable scenarios. And of course, you look at what they're doing. Jalen Hurts, 9 of 16, nothing spectacular what Jalen's doing. 97 yards right now. He averaging 6 yards per throw. Nothing is spectacular. The Eagles are simply beating the Saints off of the rushing attack. The Eagles have 27 carries for 152 and 2 rushing touchdowns, and of course a bunch of field goals by Elliott, who's 2 for 2, kicking these extra field goals. That's why you got the lead. And of course, Darius Slay gets the pick 6 off of Simeon on a comeback route, and that's where you're at right now. No, Travis Book is inactive. He is on the shelf. Pardon the pun. All right, big ups to the fam, man. I don't know, Slim. We said, it's something we can speak about what happened in Atlanta. We can only hope, man, because the Saints, I know Coach Payton in there is blowing them up, and he need to be blowing himself up, because a lot of these offensive series, we had an opportunity to do this a lot better. He is doing too much with Trevor Siemian. He needs to run the ball. Your best offensive weapon right now in this game is Mark Ingram. You've got to use Mark Ingram to run the ball, and everything else is off the back of him. I know 504 Cole. That's that pass game addiction I talked about. That's why I don't be quick to throw the genius label on people, man, because I've seen too much of his style of football, where he tends to get synced into the game and trying to see if he can force things. And sometimes he don't necessarily read the game like you need. Like this game right here, you need to be running the ball against the Philadelphia Eagles. Their team give up a chunk of yards running the ball, and we letting them off the hook with 11 rushing attempts for 11 rush attempts for a half of football. Them people got 27 goddamn rush attempts for 150 something yards against the Saints running defense. It speaks loud, don't it? All right. Yeah, the D is tired. Thank you for your super chat there, brother Prime. You're right. Defense is tired, man. Defense is tired. That's why can't put too much on the defense. The offense need to get up off their ass and start doing the right thing. Stop turning this ball. And let's start with Coach Payton. I would say Carmichael, but Coach Payton is the guy that calls the plays. He's the one that calls these plays. He's the one that need to understand that the Saints need to run the ball to be able to create a balance. They can't keep doing this stuff. Now the Saints kicking the ball back off to the Eagles, who will be given an opportunity if they can score again. This could be tragic. This could be really hard for the Saints. Jalen Hurts then running back out on the field. Saints are down 27-20, thanks by their own hands. thanks to their own hands. Over 400 of us in the building, fam. Please feel free to hit the like button. Hit the like button, fam. I know we're not losing right now, but hit the like button for a come behind and win. Hit the like button for a come from behind win, because we've seen it happen in the Atlanta game. Why not this game? Why not? Well, we can only hope, man. All right, here we go. Picking up from the Eagles 25. Eagles with the ball. Tight end goes into motion, goes to left to right, then comes back and position himself behind the right tackle. It's a running play to Sanders, and Sanders picks up maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. It'll be 2nd and 2, maybe second and 8, 2nd and 9, maybe perhaps. We'll see. Big 20-point win right now to him. It'll be 2nd and 8, 2-yard pickup by the Eagles. All this is due by because of the Saints offense. Keep letting these people off the hook, not running the ball, trying to force the pass when the pass is not there. We are a comedy of errors. And if this shit keep happening, the Saints about to be 500, man. All right, here we go from their own 20, the 27-yard line. And there's another run. Alexander missed the tackle. The guy spins off of him, picks up 5 yards. It'll be 3rd down and short for Bo Scott. So I got to give credit to Coach Sirianni of the Eagles. He's doing a good job of mixing up his running backs. I wish we would do that. 3rd and 2 now. And there's Bo Scott. They're going to run with Trevor there's Hurst is going to take off and slide. He picks up the 1st down rather easily. Where's the spy on Jalen Hurst? Where's the spy? The containment's not there. Hurst just leisurely runs for 5 and picks up a 1st down, 1st and 10 for the Eagles. They're already in the catbird seat right now. The Eagles just need to just eat clock and keep doing what they're doing. The Saints in a 20-point deficit right now by their own hands. Very sad. All right, here we go again. Here's 1st and 10 from the Eagles' 38-yard line. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He's going to keep the ball, and he's going to slide down at the line of scrimmage, and he won't get anything on the play. He was trying to run it himself, but the Saints were able to find him. He just slid down to the line of scrimmage. I mean, the Saints are doing the proper way how to defend Jalen Hurts. They're using defensive containment. If you don't have a fast defensive ends or something like that to hold him, you're in trouble. But you got to have speed to contain Jalen Hurts because he's really elusive. Yeah, he's at times the fastest guy on the field. 2nd and 10, the Eagles at the line of scrimmage. They ain't getting anything there. And let's see, and that's going to be a draw to Bo Scott. Bo Scott gets pulled down. He picks up about 4 yards on the play. And it'll be, 3rd and maybe about 6, maybe third, and we'll see in a minute. Look like he got 4 in the game to me. Yeah, he did. 3rd and 6. Right now, Eagles really gingerly coming out with this thing. They're feeling like they got the game. They're up by 20. And it's up to Coach Payton. Now, let's see what he told them and to fix it. Saints right now facing a 3-game losing streak and 500, man, and falling out of the playoff race like a stone in water. Saints showing blitz, all-out blitz, 3rd and 6. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. 4's rushing. They send a 5th guy in there, and Hurst throws the ball out of bounds, and it should be intentional. Was he out of the pocket? He might have been out of the pocket. No grounding call or flag. So good play by Debo. I think Debo got in there. That was Bradley. Yeah, Roby shot through there and made the play to knock him down, and he throws the ball out. But it looked like he was outside the pocket. So good play by the defense, forcing them to throw the ball out. And it stops the clock, too. 4th and 6, they'll have to punt. Deontay Harris is on the return. So the Saints defense do what they were supposed to do, family, by not getting the Eagles off the field, defensively speaking. And this should be a delay of game right here. I don't understand why it's not a delay of game. Come on. There it is, finally. Come on, that's a delay of game. 4th and 6, then they give them a delay of game, tack on some more yardage on there, and back them up some more. So the Eagles, listen, I told the family members when we started, after the fumble occurred by the Eagles, when Christian Ringo took the ball away from the running back Sanders, that the Saints defense found a way to zone them. Ever since then, the Eagles have been kicking field goals, and the only way they scored is because of that pick 6. The defense has basically neutralized their offense. and then the Eagles punt the ball and it gets deep in Saints territory. And the Saints will have a tough start here. They'll have to start from inside the 5. So we'll see 27-7. Trevor Siemian, body language looks pathetic. His body language looks pathetic. It's no excitement. Let's see what Coach Payton does to electrify this offense, man. Let's see if let's see that football level genius come out now. Let's see if he can orchestrate a comeback here. Let's see. All right, big ups to the fam. Thank y'all for being here, man. Let's hear some comeback. What you guys think happened? I know a lot of family members saying the game is over. I wouldn't say that, fam. Anything can happen in football. You see the Saints defense stop the Eagles, got them up out of there. The Saints offense has to be able to do something. They can't continue to be pathetic like this and unbalanced like this, trying to force a quarterback that doesn't have any rhythm right now to will them into this offense. You're going to have to be able to create a situation where the Saints can constantly be able to move the ball consistently. You got to utilize the running attack. You got to spice these guys up. I don't know what you tell them. Well, I know what you tell them, but I don't know what they're going to tell them to make this happen. So we'll see, family. It's 2 quarters of football left. And the Saints, my goodness, the Saints have so much on the line. They have so much on the line. They're facing a 3-game losing streak. They're facing 500 and falling down in the NFC South playoff picture. They're forcing some. They are really making it hard on themselves because they come home Thanksgiving against the Buffalo Bills. That is a do or die matchup. You can't beat the Falcons in the building. You can't beat the Giants in your own building. You couldn't beat the Titans on the road. And now you're facing a team like the Eagles that were struggling. That's not a complete team. Still very young, trying to figure it out. And you're down by 20 points to start the third quarter off. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. They make it hard on themselves every goddamn time. It's just amazing. Amazing. Kevin says, stay locked in with that nation. We're about to do this thing. Let's hope we have a similar comeback like we did against the Falcons. Let's get it. If we can get a couple of quick touchdowns, well, get a touchdown on this drive. Maybe it could spur something. The defense obviously is doing a good job in locking down the Eagles and keeping them out of the end zone. If the Saints offense get going, it can make something happen. So the offense has to wake up. They most certainly have. All right. All right, so here we go. Saints from out the 9, the handoff to Ingram. And Ingram moves. He picks up a couple of yards on the run. Armah is Fletcher Cox coming in. He beat his blocker on the play. Look at that. That's just horrible, man. You got to do a better job than that. You had 2 guys blocking, Fletcher Cox and Hurst and Ruiz, and they sorry asses allowed that man to get the play to stop Mark Ingram. See, you got to have attitude, man. My goodness, man. 2nd and 9. And there's a play right here. And Trevor Siemian running for his life. And he just threw the ball away. Just throw it away. And throws it away. 3rd and 9. He pushed out of bounds. Nothing going on. The Saints offensive line is not doing. Fletcher Cox was double blocked. And Ruiz and Hurst let the goddamn man split the block. Let him split the block. If you block him there, Ingram gets a good shot. I mean, my goodness. My goodness. Sorry ass offensive line play. Sorry ass offensive line play. 3rd and 9 for the Saints right now. 11:01 right here. The Saints are 2 of 7 on 3rd down. You got wide receivers to the right and left. Eagles sending everybody. Trevor Siemian out the back, just throws it, and that was a give up play from the get-go. And the Eagles marched the Saints right off the field again. Man. And then you hear Mark Sheridan talking shit about the Saints offensive lineman, backup offensive lineman, who collecting a check. Regardless of now, you still need to be out there blocking. If you couldn't block, your ass wouldn't be on this team. And there's the punt, and the ball goes, and they return it, and they get it set up at the 40-yard line of the Saints. So they'll start again. And once again, the Saints offense go 3 and out, put a tired defense back on the field on the short field for the Philadelphia Eagles. You couldn't have drawn this stuff up better than the Eagle people. My goodness, man. Amazing. These guys here have no balls at all, man. These offensive linemen letting guys split the ball. You double team the guy. Ruiz don't even double. He doesn't even block the freaking first guy he was supposed to before he leaks out on the second guy. I mean, that's pathetic, man. That's just lack of execution. It's lack of intelligence. It's lack of heart, and that's what's causing these problems. These offensive linemen, and we talking about some of the starters, man. Damn, even when we had Ramczyk and Armstead in there, they had lapses where it was playing with like somebody chopped their balls off. They didn't have any heart. Like somebody had a heart a surgery on them, took all their heart from them, with no intensity, no ferocity, no nothing, just totally emotionless. Like they're a bunch of blind ass drones. Nothing, no heart, no intensity, no focus, no balls, no upsetness, no anger, no frustration. No, no anger and sense of urgency that we cannot keep doing this because we're putting our season on the line because we falling ever and ever and ever because we won't execute. We won't play with any heart. We don't play with any intensity. It might be right, Aaron, but that don't make you a championship team if you lose players, or make you a good team because you're supposed to lose players. You're supposed to be able to at least rely on the scheme. But it's hard. It's hard for the Saints to even do anything, to even run the football, because you watch the replays on them running the ball, and the offensive line stinks. You got Ruiz sorry ass releasing off of Fletcher Cox and Hurst, and they're supposed to double. They're supposed to blow Cox out of that play. They allow him to split the block and make the stop on Ingram, and for him only picking up 2 yards. That's not supposed to happen. My goodness, man. Here go the defense, man. Back out there again. Pull defense. At the 40-yard line of the Saints, Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He got wide receivers to the left and right. Saints come with the pressure. And they go with a little screen off to Goddard, and he gets to the 25 of the Saints. They're actually to the 26, according to the referee. Hurst don't even have 100 yards yet. That might have gotten him over that. 97 yards as it stands for Hurst right now. And it's just simple dump down plays. Look at this little just simple play to Goddard. And Goddard gets Goddard, whatever his goddamn name is. And he finds him there, and he gets upfield quick and makes some plays. He gets down to the Saints 27-yard line, look like. So here we go. 26-yard line, and Hurst under center. He turns and hands the ball. It's a play action play. He's going to scramble to the right, looking to become a runner. Saints had a chance to get the man and didn't even get him. The guy missed the goddamn sack on him, Granderson. He just scrambles out of bounds. He could have got a sack right there. He just totally whiffed at it, missed it. I don't know what he didn't use his arms or nothing, just bumped into him. 2nd and 13 now for the Saints. Defense is tired, though. I can understand why he missed that sack. But 27-7 Saints right now. Clock just ticking down, man. They're just wasting the clock on the Saints. It's the middle. It ain't even the middle of the third, and the Eagles is using every cent of the clock down to like the 4 or 5 seconds in the middle of the third. They're wasting the clock on the Saints right now, going all the way down. There's a snap at 1 second on the clock, and then the guy runs right up the center. Sanders picks up a chunk of change on the Saints. He picks up about 5 or 6 yards on the run. It'll be third down there. And, of course, Howard was running, and Howard's down now. He's banged up after the hit. It's 3rd and 6, and he took a low shot right here from – yeah, he took one on his knee. And then he landed funny with his face first and bent kind of funny. So Howard, who was tearing the Saints up with 10 rushes for 63 yards, man, tearing them up, he gets hurt. But they are in field goal range, so we'll see. Right now, the Saints, man, is in trouble. Yeah, Yeah, Jordan Howard is hurt, man, and he was the guy that was tearing the Saints up, man, running the football. He's averaging 6 yards per carry. The Saints didn't have nothing for Jordan Howard today. 6.2 yards per carry on 56 yards, 9 attempts. He's averaging 6 yards every time he run the ball. And right now, as it stands, the Saints are getting tore up by the rushing attack. Philly, and the Philly gonna ride that out. They're gonna ride that out. They beat the Saints up today, 152 yards right now on running yards on the Saints right now up to this point. So Howard goes down and it doesn't look good. But Sanders comes back. Bo, you're gonna see Bo come back out there. So we're gonna see what the Eagles do. But the Saints, regardless or not, even if the defense are able to stop what they're doing, yeah, I know, Travis, you're right. They're running the clock out the rest of the game. Yeah, I know that's what they're doing. They snap. It's the middle of the third quarter and they're doing that shit. Their offense don't have anything else. That's what I was saying. The Saints figured a way to stop them, and all they had was using Howard to run up the center. And now that Howard's out, that's gonna cause major problems for them. But right now, they're gonna just stay on their laurels right here. Alpha Sports says, Ingram beat Breeze and Carmichael in the QB competition. Let Ingram play. Right. Ingram is the dude, man. Let Ingram carry the ball. But then again, how is he supposed to carry the ball if the sorry-ass offensive line can't even double block one player? That's a communication failure, man. All right, Black Cricket says offense is putting together a comeback plan as we type. All right, I hope you're right. Now, I got to give it to him, fam. We'll see. Space Ghost said they're about to score again, 42-14. Aaron says, I'm going to always love my Saints, but damn, why they got to do this to me? Where's the energy? Where's it? Who's going to emerge and light a fire under the Saints offense? That's the question we've seemed to be asking ourselves quite a lot lately. Somebody has to, regardless of who's hurt or not, the team moves forward. The world moves on, man. So boom, he landed real funny down and bent up. So he's out as we get back to this thing. So 3rd and 6 with Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He got wide receivers to the right, one to the left, and his running back is to his right side. He's in the snap, in the shotgun. There's the snap. It's a fake. The Saints come with the pressure, and Smith picks up the first down and falls down and gets inside the 10-yard line on the play. So the Eagles read the play, make the right throw, and Smith picks up the play, and he cuts right in front, right there, and that should be illegal. That should be illegal. That's an illegal play. 19 came out on the block. How did he just started blocking Lattimore before the ball was thrown? That should be a flag, shouldn't it? And they're going to call the Eagles on the false start there. All right, so he backs him up there. The Eagles are a team that's playing well, but see, a lot of this is tied to the Saints and how they playing too, family. The Saints have to execute, man. They got to execute. We're talking about players execute. If you got backups that's coming in to fill in and it's too much for them to execute, then they need to be off this team. Execute means catching the ball, making blocks, stuff like that. Just doing the fundamental stuff. If you can't do that, you don't need to be on this team. Shotgun, there's the play. Hurst is going to try to take off with it, and he slides down at the line of scrimmage, nowhere to go. And the Saints got them figured out. The Eagles' offense is figured out, man. It's figured out. Jalen Hurst is not doing anything. He can't throw it. I mean, he found Smith on that play, scrambling around, but that's how the offense has to happen for Jalen Hurst. You got to scramble around and create extra time for the Saints for people to get open. And if the Saints containment them, that's not going to happen. So the Saints are figuring them out. It's now a matter of what happens from this point as far as the offense is concerned. Shotgun, there they go. From the 13, there's a play. They give it to the running back. He gets wrestled down, and that'll be 3rd and goal. And he picks up about 4 or 5 yards. Bo Scott on the play. So it'll be 3rd and goal for the Eagles as the stop. The tackle is made by Shy Tuttle. So let's see what goes on there in the matchup there. As Hurst and come out as 3rd and goal. They got them figured out, man. And the Eagles' only thing is that they just wasting the clock, taking away the clock from the Saints. They letting it get all the way down to 1 when they just running the clock out on them in the middle of the 3rd quarter. So here we go. Shotgun, Hurst in the shotgun. Man in motion. Smith's in motion. He might be going to Smith. He's going to be going to Smith. And there's the containment. Saints got him contained. He goes nowhere and they bring him down. And that's what I was saying the Saints was going to do. Is that what they were going to do? Is Davenport gets the sack. The Saints get Davenport sacks the quarterback there in the play. And that's what containment does. Hurst can't throw the ball. The Saints looks, there's nobody open. The pressure's coming. Look at the holding. The holding, Shy Tuttle was held. No call on that play, though. And then, of course, there's Davenport. Finally, the Saints get to him. And all three of them. Look at Cam getting held around his neck. Look. Oh, that's not illegal, though. That's not illegal. That's not to hook him around his neck, though. The whole play. That's not illegal. 4th and goal, he go to kick from 33 yards out for the Eagles. And they hit it. So it'll be 30-7 Eagles ahead. Defense is forcing the Eagles to take field goals because the Saints defense has figured out the Philadelphia Eagles offense. Problem is, do your offense respond and start scoring touchdowns? Do you come out? Let's see what kind of mindset that the offense in. They should be in the 2-minute offense from this point in the game on out. The Eagles are cognizant about them coming back, and the Eagles are going to be sucking up the ball every time and having long drives, even if they're in the field goals. They're taking 5 or 6 minutes off of the clock, eating the game. So how are you supposed to have a comeback like that? Well, Saints going to have to get real quick in this game. For the rest of the game, 2-minute offense. Ain't no coming out here walking around talking about the play for a minute or so before you get it. No, you're going to have to operate out of the 2-minute offense if you're going to have a chance to get back up in this thing. And we're going to need some help on the defense, too, to keep getting them up out of here. But it's going to be tough now because the Eagles are getting close enough to kick field goals to extend the lead. So we'll see, man. It's a lot going on in this one, fam. Thank you, Brother Prime. Brother Prime says you saw that hold, too. Y'all know around his neck. You seen the hold on Shy Tuttle. The guy was holding Shy Tuttle. And then you seen Cam on Yamana and Davenport get to the quarterback, and their offensive tackle still has his arm around Cam's neck, but that's not illegal. The whole way while Cam is on the quarterback, the guy got his arm around Cam's neck, hooking him. But that's not illegal. No, it's not. You know, you don't get no call. That's why I blast the referees like that. They full of shit, man. They garbage. Willie said Jalen Hurts had just been sacked. Yeah, I know, Willie. We kind of late with that one. I mean, maybe I'm late with it. All right, what's up, Muse, baby? Who that to you? Good to see you out there. All right, yeah. S24WD is kind of upset with Trevor Siemian right now. All right, what's up? Lost Face Killer says trade for a starting QB. Get a good draft pick. Trade these bums. Pete Ruiz, the perfect player for Saints is Lattimore. Not consistent, cares about handshake moves. Overplaying team cares about dance move. I don't know. I agree with you with all of those things, but I see what you're saying. Alpha Sports says how many scoring players are playing in the Saints core? Only the tight end, and he's a backup. Sean says too late for the Whodats. Yeah, they keep tacking on the lead, and the Eagles have eaten up pretty much half that quarter. So I say, here you go, Saints. And they kicked on the field goal, and it's now 30-7, man. My goodness. 30-7. And they moonwalking into a win here. So we'll see. A lot happening here, man. A lot happening. The Saints are pathetic, man. I hate to say it like that, but they're a disgrace, man. The way they playing football, man. It don't matter if it's the Eagles. It don't matter if it's the Eagles or the Falcons or the Titans, whether it's the top team in the AFC or a bottom feeding team trying to make it. In the Atlanta Falcons, the Saints or the Giants who have no kind of continuity, the Saints seem to they just fail. They just beat themselves all the time. You know, it's pathetic, man. All right, here we go. 30-7, the Saints trailing with 5:57. It's very far distant memory at this point. I think the Saints get it. They pick up from the 25, turn around, hand the ball over. There's a good run right there, though, and a good run by Mark Ingram, and he gets about 9 yards on the pickup for Mark Ingram. Good, strong run by Mark, and we get second down and maybe 1 yard on it as the clock is ticking down, 5 minutes and ticking down. All right. 5 and ticking down. 2nd and 1 for the Saints. Mark Ingram, averaging 5 yards a carry. The Saints not even utilizing the man. And there's the run by Mark. He gets it, and then the ball's on the ground. Eagles get the ball back. And that should kill the Saints right there. You can't go into people's building. You cannot go into people's building and turn the ball over with interceptions, pick sixes, and fumbles, giving them in short fields. My goodness, man. Just pokes the ball right on out of there. That was too easy, man. He just poked the ball out, just hit it with the top of his hand. Not supposed to be happening. The Eagles recover it. This is pathetic, man. You can't count on no damn body. That's pretty much what it is. Mark Ingram was averaging 5 yards a carry. The Saints go into Philadelphia, turn the ball over 3 times, and one of them is a pick six. This is pathetic football, man. This is awful football. This team is imploding in front of us. They have now on a 3-game losing streak. And this is terrible. Now they're now situating, they're steamrolling toward 500 football with the Bills on the short week coming up. And there's Jalen Hurts with the little toss to Sanders, and Sanders running behind blockers, and he gets all of that. And 10 yards for the first down on the run. Saints totally embarrassed. Just pokes the ball out. Ingram running in traffic with the ball on one arm. He's supposed to be running in that ball with that 2 hands. When you got guys on both sides of you, Ingram, you of course know that you can't run in there like that with the ball on your arm like a loaf of bread. You and all type of play, man, just poked it out. Just did a fumble drill. He did what any good offensive lineman, defensive line would do, just smack the ball on the top. And it came out easy because he wasn't carrying it correctly. Here we go. There's a Jalen Hurts at the 31-yard line, and the Saints defense allowed him to pick up about 5 yards. Saints defense is tired, man. They're tired. They're tired right now. 30. Right now, the time of possession for the Eagles is 29 minutes. The Saints defense has been on the field for almost 30 minutes of a 60-minute game. Half of the game, the Saints defense has been on the field because of the pathetic offense. The garbage, backwards ass, fumble-prone, turnover-prone, unintelligent Saints offense that we've seen today. Very terrible. Terrible. At their own 25 yards, Saints 25, Hurts turns around, hand the ball over to Sanders, and Sanders gets wrestled down. He's 2 or 3 yards shy of the first down. So it'd be 3rd and 2, maybe 3. As Sanders tried to pick up a few yards. 3rd and 2, Saints defense right there. 196 rushing yards. They had 156, I want to say, at halftime against the Saints. They punished the Saints today. Abused and ran the Saints through the wood chipper today. The Eagles did. The Saints came up in there with no heart, no brains, no nothing, and they got it handed to them. 3rd and 2 now as well, and is in the shotgun, Hurts, and it's another move right here to Jalen Hurts. He gets pulled down by Jalen Holmes, and Jalen violence as Holmes pulls Jalen Hurts down, the former Ohio State player who's in there. He gets his first sack of the year, wearing Ricky Jackson's number. But he was patient. He waited to Hurts to cycle back to him. And I told you the Saints defense has figured out Jalen Hurts. The offense just did not participate to help them, but the Saints defense forced the Eagles to kick nothing but field goals, man. So the Eagles will try a field goal with Jake Hughes 3 for 3. This is a 47-yarder. The man kicked the 50. There's no win. And let's see what he does. And this guy just makes them all, man. He just kicked them 3. And that's again, the Saints have made them. And the Saints defense, credit to the Saints defense, because they kept the Eagles out of the end zone, figured them out, and they have not been there. They forced the Eagles to kick 4 field goals, man. 4 field goals. And that's all you can really hope outside of a turnover is the force, or, outside of a turnover is to force the opposing offense to take field goals. And the Saints defense has done that. The offense hadn't been able to do anything except for what the defense do, which was to set them up on the short field inside the 5-yard line. And they got that, but they can't do nothing else. They can't march down the field and do anything. 33-7 right now. This is pathetic, man. Pathetic, man. Pathetic football. Pathetic football. Pelican said, Big Q, what do you expect when we cut $100 million off the salary cap and all your big money players out? I expect the Saints to still go out and execute, bro. I expect them to execute. Now, a lot of this is not just because of injuries. It's execution. Guys not making blocks. Guys not doing what they're supposed to do. And that's not all the players out. You got starters that's in there that's not doing what they're supposed to do. So it's not just because we losing because of guys that we're missing. This is execution problems. This is bad scheme play calling problems. You know, this is what's going on. What is the excuse for Mark Ingram fumbling the football? Execution. We know it's not just, we already looked past it before we even get to injuries, man. The game goes on, man. Whether you there or not, the football game goes on. So you have to execute. Whoever is in that slot that's filling in for somebody have to execute. It's not always because the guy is hurt. I get that. But we have to execute whoever's in there. That's the shotgun Saints playing for the 25. Trevor Siemian out. He throws the ball and is caught by a big fish, Troutman, for 10 yards. The Saints move the ball. It should be a 2-minute offense right here. Nope, the Saints are not running a 2-minute offense. They're huddling up and talking about it. There's no urgency in this. It's no urgency to even get it done. This should be 2-minute offense all the way, man. It should be huddling up, calling no fucking plays. Come on. It's terrible, man. Anyway, shotgun, Saints at the own 35-yard line. There's a snap. It's a play, fake play, and he finds Deontay for a pickup about 9 yards on the play, off a play action play. Really intriguing, man. Very intriguing. And fam, listen, it's not all about the injuries to people. I know we go with that stuff and we talk about, oh, these practice squad players and all this bullshit. I don't want to hear that crap. Don't miss me with that. Do practice squad players collect checks? Do you get paid to make a block? Do you get paid to make a catch? Miss me with this injury nonsense, man. Injuries is a part of the football game, man. Let's pretend like people always go into excuse mode when you fail for something. That's the thing. I don't want to hear this excuse shit about injuries, man. Injuries is a part of football. You've been watching football for years. You know injuries is a part of football. Cut that out. Injuries is a part of fucking football, man. Miss me with that. Everybody out there dealing with injuries. The Eagles dealing with injuries. The Saints dealing with injuries. The Titans had more injuries than the Saints, and they still was able to beat you. Why? Because the players that they had that wasn't injured executed shit. Now here go Mark Ingram coming out here. He got a big run on the play. On the next play, and he gets down to the 25-yard line for the Saints and Eagle territory. It's a part of football. It's always when the team fail, we go into excuse mode about, well, we failed because we ain't had the players. No, you a lie. You got players out there, and whether they're better than the players that are missing or not, those players have to execute. It's about execution. That's what it's about, whether it's the players or the coaches, man. It's always, don't miss me with the injuries, because the injuries is a part of football. It's a part of any professional sport. It's always with this shit about going into excuse mode with the injuries. It's the injuries. That's why the Saints are failing. No, you're not failing because of the injuries. You're failing because the people you got out there are not executing. And even when you had your starters out there, they wasn't executing either. They were getting pushed down and everything else. It's about execution. You got to have attitude in football. You can't come out here playing half dead. You got to meet intensity with intensity, and you got to execute. If you can't play, then forfeit the fucking game. They won't do that because you're paying people to play, and they're supposed to execute. No matter how good you are, you're supposed to execute. That's what they're paying you for. So I don't want to hear about the injuries because that's some BS. That's BS. It's always in excuse mode about the goddamn injuries. Everybody hurt right now. Everybody hurt. Everybody is hurt right now. It's not about injuries. It's about execution. It's about fumbling the ball. It's about not catching the ball. It's about blowing blocks that you know you're supposed to get. It's about missing field goals you're supposed to get. It's about making calls that you're not supposed to be making or what you're supposed to be doing when you out there doing your thing. That's what it's about. It's not about the damn injuries. Always about the injuries. I don't understand what's in people's mind to automatically kick into excuse mode about injuries. Everybody dealing with injuries right now. Everybody's hurt right now. It's not about the damn injuries. It's about executing what you're supposed to get done. They're not doing me no favor. They're paying them people out there. They're not paying me, but they're paying them. But I got more intensity than the people they paying. So I'm saying, regardless or not, they are getting paid to execute. And the coach is the guy that picked these guys because he said, you know what? I like you as a backup just in case my guy, my starter gets hurt. You can be a potential starter or a guy that can fill in for several games until my starter gets back. And it's about execution. From years past, your backups when they came in there to execute it. What's the problem this year? They're not executing. They're not executing. That's what it is. Injuries is a part of football, family. Come on. Injuries is a part of this thing. That's what it is. That's bullshit, Willie. Yeah, we got players, but they ain't good enough to execute consistently, man. So what they doing on the team then, bro? So you telling me Peyton picking guys that ain't good enough to be backups? Is that what you're saying? Man, come on, man. Miss me with that. They're not starters. A lot of these guys are not a lot of these guys are starters that you can bring in for a handful of games if your starter is down. This is true, but they are still counted on to execute because you are brought in because anything can happen at a moment's notice. You still have to execute. They don't have nothing to do with whether the guy is better than the guy he's replacing. That don't have nothing to do with it. It is all about executing the correct way, making the catches, making the blocks, making the kicks, doing what you're supposed to do. That's what it's about. And we lose because we are not executing. You're supposed to beat the Falcons. You didn't. Why? Because the guy called the wrong play. You didn't execute correctly. So, I mean, it's just execution, man. We're not executing. You got guys out here, they miss tackles. You got guys dropping passes. You got guys blowing blocks. You got guys fumbling the ball. You got guys throwing interceptions. They're not executing what they're supposed to be doing, and that is what's going on. You can miss me with the injuries. Them guys are injured. They got everybody got injuries on both sides of the field. But to say that these guys are failing because they're not good as the starters, that's stating the obvious. But you still have to execute. All right, fam, let me get up off of that, man, because that's going to be coming. It's going to be an avalanche of people saying Saints losing because of injuries. Everybody heard right now. And there's a throw right there by Trevor Siemian, and he finds Marquez Callaway for a score at the top of the fourth quarter. So Callaway gets in the end zone. The Saints get the score. It's 33-14, long way back, and we'll see what's going on. Start of the fourth quarter. It took Saints all the rest of the third to get this one. They started the fourth quarter off and threw a pass right there to Callaway. He gets the touchdown. All right, B. Thomas says, "Big, thank you for your cash super chat, bro." He said, "Big Q dropping knowledge. We've seen plenty of less talented teams win because of their execution, all three levels of football." That's what it's about, man. And I'm telling you the truth. If it was all about injuries, and I really believe that, I would agree with the family members, but I keep saying the same things. It happened to us last year when we had guys that wasn't as good as, and then, of course, on the 2-point conversion, a bad throw by Trevor Siemian, and it stays 33-13. But this is not, it's all of a sudden a problem that guys are not executing now where it was knocked away. I seen the linebacker just had a great play on it, knocked it away. We've seen this in prior years. We've seen Drew Brees go down with injury for multiple games. Elvin Kamara go down. Mike Thomas go down. We've lost guys for games, Lattimore, all kind, name them. And they had guys that stepped up, and helped the team. It wasn't a problem then, but all of a sudden it's a problem now. And some of the guys that you have in there, these guys here have been with the team for a while. So it's coming down to execution. You have to execute when you end the game. You got to make the block. If you're losing because they're not making the blocks. I just showed there was a play where Ruiz and Hurst were supposed to block out Fletcher Cox. They supposed to double Cox, push him out of the play. But because they didn't execute the play and they allowed Cox to split the block, the double team, he was able to catch up to Ingram and just only allow him to get a 2-yard gain. Now, had they blocked him correctly, that would have been a bigger play because he was the one that stopped Ingram on the play because he split the block. Execution. That's what it's about. Now, I'm not saying injuries don't play a part but you got to look at it. That's a wash. You neutralize that because all these people banged up. All of them injured right now. They are. They're all banged up. But I'm going to hear it, man. People going to be coming, it's injury. I'm just going to shake my head, be like, man, whatever, man. It's execution. These people losing these games because they're not fucking executing, man. They're not catching the ball correctly. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's what's coming down to. Kevin says, breathe in now, Big Q. I understand we started the game orchard, then the team impose and win, and they're one-on-one. That's the NFL. That's exactly what it is, man. And I'm breathing, bro. I'm not huffing and puffing. You know, I know I done been in this thing long enough where I know how to rant and breathe while I'm ranting. Air goes out, air goes in. You hear me? You know? Yeah, he wasn't the start. No, he wasn't the start. And you had backup quarterbacks. You had a guy backing up him, but it's Trevor Siemian for this game had the pick six. But the two previous losses, you gonna hang that on Trevor Siemian? No. So I mean, like I said, when guys don't execute, and that's Trevor Siemian too. If guys don't execute, they turn the ball over. That's what you get, fam. I don't care who it is. And also, when you have a poorish play calling game, that's not separate Coach Payton from this whole mixture because a lot of it's on him. He called a pathetic, shitty offensive game this time. It's totally imbalanced. He was trying to force Trevor Siemian and to throw these balls downfield, calling these plays as opposed to relying on the running. And that's what we are. So this was not a very good offensive called game by Coach Payton, and it wasn't executed properly. They got in the hole quick and they couldn't recover. I mean, let's not absolve him of any loss either. Okay, that's the kickoff by the Eagles. And the Eagles by the Saints, and the Eagles get the ball back to the 20. There's a flag down, 14:43 on the fourth quarter clock. What's the call, ref? What you doing? So it's a flag against the Eagles. Half a distance to the goal penalty, and they'll give them a first down there. So they back the Eagles up. Right now, 33-13, Eagles in the game, man. Regardless or not, this is not good. And Willis said you got to trust the Payton. I trust the Payton, all right. To trust the Payton, this game right, he called a terrible offensive game here for the Saints. This was not a good offensive ran performances right here by the Saints. It wasn't. Not a good offensive series by the Saints at all this entire game. Offense couldn't do nothing. All right, so here we go. Right now, 33-13. The Eagles offense out there on the field. They're looking at trying to waste away some more of the Saints clock right here. As they let it tick all the way down to 1 before they even hike the ball. You know, and they don't know because their offense can't do shit against the Saints. Saints defense pretty much got their offense in check. And there's the snap. It's a play action. Hurst right there looking downfield. He makes a throw, and the ball batted away. Nice play by Marcus Williams again on the play. Marcus Williams has had a terrific game. I had to get it to Marcus. His head's dialed in on this game. Playing a wonderful game, Marcus Williams, man. Great play on. He got him hooked a little bit, but he was able to make the play on the guy as well. But good play by Marcus Williams. Been doing a real good job today. 3rd and 7 now for the Philadelphia Eagles. Marcus Williams on a deflection knocks the ball away. Jalen Hurst from the Eagles' own 12-yard line. He's in the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and one to the right, running back to his right. And there's the snap. And he's looking, and the ball's out, and it's dropped by Goddard. Dropped it, and that'll put 4th and 7. That stops the clock, and the Saints offense give them another opportunity to kind of get this thing going right here. So the Saints get him off the field, and, of course, Goddard right here, the ball is in and out of his hands because he's trying to turn before he got access to the ball. That's what's going on. So let's see. The Eagles giving the Saints the ball back with 13:54 on the clock. Can the Saints then get another score in that thing like they get with Callaway? We'll see. Almost blocked on the play that punt was. And there's Deontay Harris from there. He gets it near the 45, sprints, gets it, and gives the Saints a very sharp field. Deontay Harris picks up a good chunk of change on that gain, and the Saints will start at the Eagles' 40-yard line. So we'll see. Can the offense, let's get the offense together here. We still got plenty of time here. Let's go. Yeah, I agree with you. You look good, Willie. I got to give it to Marcus Williams, man. He looking really good out there. Javier says, John Clayton Saints taking team bus back to New Orleans. United Airlines refused to take hot garbage. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, they're playing pretty bad, though. Texas Saints says coaches have to figure out coaches has figured Peyton out, and teams doesn't fear us anyone because of his stubbornness, and it's easy to figure out play call. It's the part of that could be true. I think a lot of it's, like I said, the execution. Trevor Siemian with the snap. The ball is out. It's caught by Traquan Smith, and he gets down inside the 20-yard line on the play. and the Saints trying to get it going. That sense of urgency that I would have loved to seen a little earlier. The Saints seem to have had it now. It's very strange how they just turn it on, man. You can see Traquan Smith running across, gets out of bounds too. So let's see what happens here. Could the black and gold do something here? As the clock is still ticking after Traquan ran out of bounds. Let's see. The Saints need to go ahead on. They need to be in the 2 minutes for the rest of this game. They don't need to be huddling up on them. There's a toss to Mark Ingram. He cuts back inside and doesn't get anything. Maybe about a yard on the pickup there. Nothing was going out to the right. He decided to cut back in, but couldn't find anything as the defensive lineman for the Eagles stopped him. He maybe a yard. 2nd and 9 for the Saints. Let's see. Could we get into the 2-minute offense? Let's see. The Saints still huddling up, calling plays right now. This is you need to be in the 2-minute offense right now. You need to be running a 2-minute. All right, here's Trevor Siemian out with the ball. The Saints have wide receivers to the left and right at the Eagles 17-yard line. There's a snap. Trevor Siemian looking, steps up in the pocket, and he's going to hold on to it, running. And Trevor Siemian gets in the end zone standing up. So there's Siemian on the scramble, and all of a sudden, here go the Saints pulling another Atlanta comeback attempt. They've scored 2 touchdowns on the back end of this game, and all of a sudden, the urgency has ratcheted up. Saints put 2 scores up in the 4th quarter on the Eagles, and it's now 20-33 as Trevor Siemian slips out of there and scrambles and picks up the touchdown standing up. Almost trips himself up when he spikes the ball, though. He spiked the ball into his feet and almost tripped himself up. All right, so let's see. 12:33 on the clock. There's the kick, and no. Oh, my God. Oh, jeez. Wow. 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 Whew. Damn. My goodness. They can't even make extra points, fam. Damn. My goodness. Lord help us. Lord help us. I'm sorry, fam. I apologize, fam. I am. My goodness. This is ridiculous. These people can't even make an extra point, man. This guy makes the extra point. My goodness, man. It's the shortest kick you can. I mean, I just don't understand. My goodness. And that's the execution thing I'm talking about, fam. Execute that. That's what you paid to get the extra kick, an extra point. My goodness. Damn. All right, here we go from their own 17-yard line. The Eagles with the ball, and the Saints defense, like I said, stops them. Davenport gets back there, and it's a 4-yard loss by the start. Notice, now I keep saying this, fam. I've been saying this since the quarter. The Saints have figured out the Philadelphia Eagles offense. That's why they went into trying to stop the Saints by running the clock out. The Saints have figured out what the Eagles offense was doing, and they've neutralized them. The Saints, Davenport has been pissed off. When that fight happened, it pissed the Saints off. And they said only a loss of 1 on the play, 2nd and 11. I thought it was more than that. Shotgun, Jalen Hurts, wide receivers to the left and right, running back to his left. There's a snap for Jalen Hurts. Right there, he's in the pocket. The ball's out, and it's not caught. Dropped by Goddard. Tough pass, and it stops the clock at 11:40. Saints defense is fired up, man. 3rd and 11 now for the black and gold. 3rd and 11. And you can see right here, the ball just sailed on Goddard. Yeah, it just sailed on them. And it sailed on them. 3rd and 11 now. Saints defense have figured out Philly. I've been saying that. They forced Philly to kick 4 field goals and not allowed them in. They figured them out, neutralized whatever they were doing. They got a couple of scores early, but since then, Saints have shut these people off. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, nothing to the right, maybe a tight end there. He's in the shotgun. Here's the pressure coming. And, of course, there's Jalen taken down by Cam. Cam gets another sack. So that's what I'm saying. Cam climbs the stairs. So this Saints defense get them off the field. I've been saying that the Saints defense have figured out the Philadelphia Eagles, fam. I've been saying it. When they got the fumble off them, they neutralized whatever they were doing, and Jalen Hurts became a scramble, and the Saints containment got a lot better, and they've been wrangling them up and bringing them down ever since. Now, a sense of urgency is swept over the Saints organization now, but missing extra points is not going to help. The Saints, can they come back? It's 11 minutes left. Can the Saints then come back? There's the punt. The ball is to Deontay Harris. Harris runs around, and he's trying to look for an area, and he gets to the 49-yard line of the Eagle. He should have kept going toward the sideline. He could have beat that guy, but it's all right. The Saints will start at midfield. Trevor Siemian, 1 touchdown to Marquez Callaway, and then the other touch, and then he runs one in, and the Saints all of a sudden doing this thing that they did against the Atlanta Falcons when they all of a sudden flip a switch, and then all of a sudden you got all this other stuff going on. So, man, I tell you, it's very strange watching them do this, man. It's strange, man, to see the Saints catch fire like this in sense of, I was like, damn, could y'all do this like in the start of the second half? But, man, I don't know what it is about this team. Here it goes, Saints at midfield. Trevor Siemian under center. You got a man in motion, which is Deontay Harris. There's the play action to Mark Ingram. Siemian throws the ball up, and it's out of bounds as well. So he just throws it out of bounds. 2nd and 10 now for the black and gold. 10:46. It stopped the pass out of bounds, stops the clock. So there it is. It should have been hands to the face of number 96. He hit Ingram in the face. And that's roughing the passer. It's a penalty that they didn't show the penalty, but it's roughing the passer on the Eagles now. He hit him underneath his face, and that's roughing the passer. I didn't even show the flag come out. Hargrave hit him up under the face, and they gave him a roughing the passer. Philly people like, that's roughing the passers? And the lady standing up there saying it was BS. Well, let's see how y'all like it on the other end. I've been yelling at y'all about it. Here's it. Saints at the 35-yard line. The ball to Ingram. Ingram running, and he picks up about 8 yards on the pickup. It's Mark Ingram running hard, man. And like I said, Ingram is averaging 5 yards per carry. The only bad thing Ingram had was he had that fumble there. All right, there's Peyton, man, trying to dial it up with a sense of urgency. The Saints offense all of a sudden has sparked to life, man. Dead in the back of the game. Trevor Siemian under center. You got Ingram behind him. He turns and hands the ball. Ingram cuts right, then lefts, and then falls over the first down marker. The Saints get a new set of downs. 1st and 10 for the black and gold. After Ingram there. And Trevor Siemian's body language looks a lot different. His eyes are bucking. He's pointing, and the guys have to see how the Saints' energy is. It's weird. Why can't we have this for the entire summation of the game? All right, here we go in the shotgun. Trevor Siemian's in the shotgun. 1st and 10. The Saints at the Eagles' 24-yard line. There's the snap. Siemian with the play, and it's not set up correctly as the tight end screen is shut down because of poor blocking. Non-execution. Not injuries, non-execution. They didn't execute that screen correctly because he was supposed to let him go, but James Hurst blew the goddamn block to free the guy. You see that? Execution. See Hurst late to the block? That's execution. He didn't get there on time to make that guy, block that guy so he could turn up the field. 2nd and 16. Now the Saints at the 30-yard line of the Eagles. There's a snap. The ball's out. It's thrown, and it's caught. Difficult pass, but it's brought in by Troutman. And Troutman caught the ball, but he's slow getting up. Boy, the hell of a catch by Troutman, extending fully, catching the ball, and he's kiboshed by 2 defenders and slammed to the ground. Look at the catch by Troutman, full extension. Gets held onto the ball, slammed to the ground, still held on to the ball, Troutman. Get a man some credit, man. He on the ground now, man. Troutman hurt. 5 catches, 58 yards, and a touchdown for Troutman. The Saints were really trying to get Troutman involved in this thing. And he's down on the ground, man. I hope that kid is not wrong, man. I hope nothing wrong with him, man. God damn, man. Troutman's down on the ground. Troutman's down on the ground. DLP said, Big Q, isn't I'm not giving anyone credit. This team plays like garbage. Entire game, too many mistakes every game. You can't be this much in hole and expect to win. I know this is unusual, DLP. You know, that the Saints play like this. You know, we play. I don't know, bro. I can't make higher tails of it. And like I was saying, telling the family members early on, is that the black and gold play like this, and we've seen this happen in the Atlanta game, where the Saints did the same thing. They came to life with a sense of urgency in the fourth quarter. And I'm like, where is this when we needed to be, where you don't have to be fighting from, I don't know how much a boatload of points just to get back. And it don't help when you miss an extra point. So the Saints, whatever they're going to do, it's just unreal, man, to see them play like this. I mean, to keep it honest with you, fam, I'm just going to keep it on. It's unreal, man. It's crazy. All right, so let's keep it going, fam, in this one, man. Man, let me tell you something, man. All I can tell you, man, is that you're right, Eternal. Eternal says it's a pattern. Yeah, the Saints don't really develop. They don't see that sense of urgency, man, until what's up, Tango? Say sometimes I'm not sure if I'm watching the Saints or the Rocky movies. Man, let me tell you something, man. Man, it's crazy, man. They keep doing this to us. How often y'all guys seeing me up here like this, man? And third week in a row, all of a sudden, at the end of these games, Saints offense becomes out of the blue deadly. How about that? All of a sudden, they play with this sense of urgency, as we can see Troutman walking off the field, man. He kind of walking a little funny. His feet landed funny. Boom, and his foot came down hard on the ground there. So here we go inside the 15-yard line. Saints at the 13. Trevor Siemian under center, turns and hands the ball over to Ingram. Ingram gets stopped right at the line. He picks up maybe a 1-yard gain there on the stop there. So 8:34 in counting. The Saints need to be in the 2-minute offense here. They don't need to be eating up this much time. They need to be in the 2-minute offense here. They really do. And listen, fam, 2nd and 9 right here. 15 rushes for 88 yards for Mark Ingram. Of course, you can't run the ball as much because they're so far down in the lead. But here we go, shotgun from the same mile marker. Trevor Siemian looking, nowhere to go with the ball, and he just throws the ball out the back for incomplete. And that'll be 3rd and 9 for the Saints. Nowhere to go with the ball. This is not good to be this way. It provides some exciting football and hope. And see, that's what they do. It's like a tease. You know what I'm saying? It's a tease. It really is, fam, for them to play like this, because they play stink offensive ball for 3 quarters, and all of a sudden they say, okay, enough is enough. Let's go ahead and show them we can play. And then they come out and do this type of shit. You know, shotgun, wide receivers got a man in motion, and LaJordan Humphrey. The ball is out, and there it is, and no blocking occurs for the play to even open. Goddamn. Execution. Did you see that play? Did you see that play when I'm talking about execution? The pass went to LaJordan Humphrey. All of the blockers missed their assignments. It's execution. Watch on the play. They got the replay. 76 and 78 is out there. None of them block anybody. Execution. LaJordan would have that was Deontay Harris. He would have picked up something if he had some blockers. They all missed their blocking assignments. That's what I'm talking about. Execution. And of course, Coach Payton said, you know what, the hell with it. Just kick the field goal with 7:20 on the clock. What kind of call is this, man? You got to go. Well, then again, it is what it is. And the guy, it's just a very weird call on that play. to kick a field goal there, but whatever, man. 7 minutes left to go. The Saints trail by 11. I don't like the call, but hey, I don't like a lot of things going on. And I pinpointed, fam. I was telling the fams, listen, did y'all just see what Eric McCoy did? Is Eric McCoy a backup? No, Eric McCoy is a starter. Hurst is a backup, but didn't McCoy do what Hurst did? Both of them blew the blocking assignments. Execution, family. Execution. Now we gotta get this thing together here, because now the lead is 11. The Saints decided to take a field goal there. I don't know if I agree with that thing, but I'm so messed up about the fact that they can't miss in the extra points, and this is such a topsy-turvy, backwards ass game that I what the hell can I don't know. I don't know, but it would be nice if you could take Trevor Siemian's pick six back. I could tell you that much. It would really be nice if we could take Trevor Siemian's pick six back. Wouldn't it be nice, family? If we can have that pick six back? But the reality is, like I said, the offense hurt themselves with that, because now we got to come back, and you got the sense of urgency that the Saints always seem to do, man, at this time. So it's a huge tease for the Who Dat Nation, because we like, man, come on, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. And what if they don't do it? It's a mega tease. But let's see. Now go to Saints right there. Special teams playing really well, pinning them back, making the stops. But we need to stop. We need a turnover right now. The Saints defense have neutralized the offense of the Philadelphia Eagles. I've been saying that since the fumble. The Saints have figured them out. Now the time is beckoning upon the Saints defense to keep the pressure on. We need an interception. We need a sack. We need some other stuff to frustrate, and keep doing what we're doing. You can see the Saints defenders and the eyes of guys like him and Demario Davis are bucking, because they know that they need a turnover here. Here we go from there, 26-yard line. The Eagles in a shotgun, wide receivers right. They're going to go with the pass. Hurst is hit as he throws. Saints wrap him up on the play, Jawan Johnson, and it'll be a loss of yards on that play. At least 3 yards lost on my count. Let's see if the referees shrink it a bit, but it looked like 3 to me. That's that play. The Saints are not falling for that bullshit no more with that fake it to the running back garbage. Get that college crap out of here. And of course, Quan Alexander makes the tackle. So they say 1 yard loss. Man, it was more than one, man. It was at least 2 yards back there that they did it, but the referee say on there, loss of 1. Shotgun the Eagles. In the shotgun right here, the Saints looking pretty good. You got like a little minute. What is this going on? A little bunch formation. And it's another little college style play. And the ball is out, and he makes the throw, and there it is, man. He gets a good yards on it. And the guy makes the catch. What is that? Whiteside. And Whiteside, they sneak the Saints with a little sneaky play that and run this the whole entire game. And you see PJ blitz in, and he leaves that guy wide open. He just throws it right to him, and he's in a hole, and he just makes a play. And Marcus Williams is trying to strip the ball out instead of supposed to not put the hit on him. I would have tried to pop the piss out of him, but Marcus trying to strip the ball away. All right, so Jalen Hurts 13 out of 24 for 147. Saints right now, here he goes back to the regular style offense. Hurts under center this time. It's a player. He gets the ball running back, and the guy picks up about 7 yards. You can't let him gas you, Saints. Now is the time we need the Saints defense to neutralize the running attack. You can't let Sanders get 7 yards on you, bro, because they're controlling the freaking clock. It don't work, but then again, it is what it is, fam. With this one, man. Saints, at some point, the defense has got like, man, we did all we could do. At some point. So we'll see. 2nd and 3, the ball on the 45-yard line of the Saints after the 7-yard run by Sanders. And there's another run by Sanders. He cuts inside and picks up another gain. He gets another gain. And he's just short of the first down, so to be 3rd and 1. My goodness. All right, Los Face says, thank you for becoming a member of Los Face Killer. Appreciate you, fam. And, of course, the quick snap right there. Do they get the first down? They do. The referee's running past the marker, and they call in the first down, so they get a new set of downs as the clock ticks down. So the defense, sooner or later, we know defense has done a terrific job of making them kick 4 straight field goals. And sooner or later, we realize that you can't, I mean, statistically speaking, if you have a team that you're out on the field with and the Saints defense have been on the field for 35 minutes. They've been out there on the field for over the game is 60 minutes. They've been out there for 35 minutes of the game, the Saints defense, and still forcing people to take several field goals in a row. It's just what it is. And of course, we know, man, Saints had to use a time out there. So it's 33-22, 4:23 remaining. The Eagles just trying to make it out of here without surrendering any more points. So here we go. They got wide receivers to the right, one to the left. Jalen Hurts up under the center. And most of the time, he spent the time out of the shotgun, but now he under center because it's going to be a running play. That kind of indication to let you know that they go into running plays when he gets up under the center. They're predictable. And there goes Sanders again. And there it is again. And look at that. That's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. And that was holding on the play too. Did you see the holding? That was holding the offensive lineman on the left was caught holding. He was holding the man. That's why he couldn't pursue outside the Sanders. But there you go again. There was a holding play on that play. They had it just on the end of the replay, but they kept it out. There was a holding. That's why he got freed up that much. You ain't gonna get no guy running like that all damn game unless a holding like that occurs. It is, man. Willis says, man, Simeon looked like a clown sitting on the sidelines with that mullet haircut. I don't trust nobody that wears a mullet. All right, thank you, Willie. All right, Ghostface, thank you, brother. Enjoy watch. Thank you, fam. Bum mark for Fox and us. Yeah, you got to have some life. There's some old dried up turkeys, you know what I'm saying? And I've been saying that, you know, you need to dunk them bastards in some gravy. But, you know, like I made a turkey analogy. If you ever had really dry turkey and you have some gravy and you take that turkey and you drop it and you dunk it in that gravy, it don't do that turkey no justice because that turkey is too damn dry to absorb that gravy. So you might need to do the Cajun injector, and that might even not work. So, okay, here we go. The Eagles from at the Saints 27-yard line. Under center, there's the run right there by Sanders, and he's wrestled down. He does pick up about 4 yards on the run there. And man, listen, this is not good football, man. Not good. Not good at all for the black and gold, man. Not good, family. Not good. The defense, man, been out there for almost 40 minutes, fam. You talking about giving an announcer foolishly talking about giving up. The announcer is talking about the team giving up 30 points for the first time, but the Saints defense been on the field for almost 40 minutes. They've been on there for almost 40 minutes. He just made a mention it while I was talking. But the Saints defense been on the field for 40 minutes today, man. Almost 40 minutes. Here we go from their own 20, from the Saints 24-yard line. Hurst in the shotgun, man in motion. And there's Hurst right there. He trips and breaks and runs, and he's gone. And he gets a touchdown, run into it. And that busts the game open, and that'll do it. As he struggled, he gained the touchdown and get in the Saints up out of here. Jalen Hurts beat the Saints last year, and this is the second time beating the Saints, and that's the win that'll do it. The Saints finally surrender a touchdown after stopping them, and he had to beat them with his feet. And that was because he had a couple of Saints defenders out. The stupid play action bullshit. Granderson falls down. PJ misses that. You have 91 Bronson misses it, and then Bradley misses it. Well, look at boom, he falls down. And and we know it's slippery. You got to watch that, them cleats. That could be something as well. He just went tumbled down like a timber. 42-22, and that'll do it for the game right there. And any comeback aspirations the Saints had. The door is closed thanks to Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles saying, nope, we ain't gonna let you do. We ain't gonna let you. The Giants do. You know, you ain't gonna let us get you done. Look at that. Granderson just goes right on down, and none of them can get to him. And then you see the holding right there. The blocker was holding Bradley Roby, before he can get away, but we didn't see that either. And there you go. Eagles get the Saints, man, by 20 goddamn points, man. By 20 points. 20 points. 20 points. I seen that, Deron. That's true too. There's a snap. Trevor Siemian out there. The ball goes there. The Saints get in the Eagles right here as it gets a pickup of a few yards. 3:51 remaining in the game. The game is definitely over for in Hurst with the scramble. On the day, he had 70 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, and mostly they beat the Saints with their feet. And of course, the Saints just the execution aspect of it. You can't turn the ball over. Saints had 3 turnovers in this game, and one of them was a pick 6. You can't do that, man. You can't allow the defense to be out there for almost 40 minutes and expect to win. Saints offense totally irresponsible. That's on Peyton. Traquan Smith makes the catch across the middle, gets to the 42-yard line of Saints territory as the Saints try to orchestrate a 2-minute drive. It's just pathetic, man, watching it because it's execution, man. You can't throw interception, pick sixes. You got to make the proper blocks. You know, you got to do what you're supposed to do. They can't look at that. They can't even set up the screen. Kelvin Throckmorton was supposed to block that number 49 so that the man can make a play. Throckmorton didn't even execute the block. That's attitude, man. That's attitude. It's about attitude. And see, people got to kick these guys in their ass when they're out there doing this. And here we go, shotgun wide receivers out for the Saints, 4 wide receivers. And there's a throw down the center of the field. And there's a catch for the first time by number 81. Nick Vanette makes a catch, believe it or not. And there's a dump down to nothing much going on with the Saints. They're trying to move the ball and get their stuff going. So 2nd and 4 for the Saints is the Saints trying to work the ball down to try to give it a little closer here as a 2-minute warning is upon us. Yeah, this is not good. Kevin says, Saints fan, we lost, but it's not an act. That's not active. But yeah, I agree. I mean, let's just we win good. Let's, I hate to use the term lose good, but it's just now let's not turn on each other. That's the bottom line. Because I seen that happen the last time, and I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see us turn on each other and start insulting each other and all that bull crap. Let's not do that. And I'm not going to tolerate that. But yeah, we as all the Saints are not executing offensively, and it really hurts the defense. Because I'm looking at the defensive stat here. The Saints were out there, defensively speaking, for 36 minutes and 16 seconds. That's way too long for a 60-minute game for your offense to be out there that long. Yeah, we dealing with a lot of stuff right now. They got to figure it out, fam. I don't know what to say about it. It's execution. This is bull crap, man. The execution is simply not there, man. But it's weird because you didn't see him try to turn it on way late in the game. Where was this urgency? It's all misplaced, all very misplaced energy. You're down by all these points, and then all of a sudden, it's a sense of urgency. Let's go ahead and do it, as opposed to you trailing by 2 scores. And where's the urgency then? I mean, where was that urgency then? It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. Slim said, I'm still screaming who that. Yeah, we got no choice, bro. This is our squad. Win, lose, or draw, we true who that's, man. We're not going to sell out the team and all that. We're going to keep it real. Big Daddy Francis says, well, it looks like the same to be picking in the top 10 of the draft. Maybe we get a Lavio Wilson from Ohio State. That's all I can look forward to now. All right. Thank you, Big Daddy Francis. Still a lot of season left, bro. I wouldn't be quick to jump into lottery mode right now. It's too much season left for that right now. Right now, even with the loss, the Saints are 5-5. They're not out of this thing yet, you know. And there's still a way the Saints can fight. There's just too much football left for me to be like, oh no, they ain't gonna do. I know better than that. I'm not gonna just go for that. All right, let's get back into it, fam. There's the shotgun. Wide receivers on 4th and 4. Simeon finds Ingram, and he gets the first down with a little shimmy shake. Ingram showing some stuff. And Ingram, man, besides the fumble, he had a pretty good game. Mark Ingram did, besides that horrible fumble. But he shook the piss out of number 49 to get the first down. All right, snap, and that's the shotgun right there from the 24. Trevor Simeon running and looking, and he throws the ball downfield and out the end zone. Well, it was 3 defenders on Traquan Smith. Nothing happening there. And the Vikings beat the Packers. That helps the Saints if the Saints can ever start winning, but that's not really good because the Vikings climbed to where the Saints are at 5-5. So, I mean, 3-game losing streaks, we don't often see them in a Who Dat Nation. But, man, it'll be interesting to see exactly where we go. That's a snap right there. Trevor Simeon in the ball. It comes out. Yes, he set up. Who was that? LaJordan Humphrey? Oh, that was Traquan. Traquan right there, alligator arm. That ball almost was intercepted. He made a business decision. He said, we ain't going to win this shit anyway, so might as well. So 3rd and 10 now for the Saints after the drop by Traquan because he made a business decision. Yeah, I know. Yeah, y'all got to cut. If they got Saints family members in here that's being rude, cut that shit out, man. Come on, man. Cut it out, man. Win, lose, or draw. I know we emotional, but have some sense about it, fam. And there's Trevor Simeon. He finds Traquan Smith. Trevor Simeon finds Traquan Smith inside the 5-yard line with a minute remaining, and he got hit in the helmet. So I guess that ain't roughing the pass either, right? He got hit in the helmet. They usually throw the flag anytime you get touched with them, but whatever. Shotgun from the 4, Saints inside the Eagles territory. Saints trying to get a little closer with this thing here. 4 wide receivers there, and there's a shotgun. Ingram to his left, and the ball is out and is caught. Good catch by LaJordan Humphrey. LaJordan Humphrey gets his first catch of the NFL year for him. LaJordan gets a good play by LaJordan, bodies up and gets the score, but little too late. The Saints scored 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. Could you believe that? The Saints scored 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. It's the second time they've done that. This time, and both times they're absolute losses. But where was this type of production early on in the game? My goodness, man. You see, this is a prime example of what I be talking about with execution. The Saints picking and choosing when they want to execute. How do you execute 3 touchdowns in the final quarter of the game, and you couldn't do one? You couldn't do that in 3 quarters. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm talking about here? We're talking about this team's not good enough to win. That's not true. This team, they're beating themselves because they're not executing and they got turnovers. They're showing you that they can move the ball. They scored 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter twice. Telling you, man, it's about execution, man. Thank you, Black Preacher Man, sports fan. Khalib says, I understand Q. I had to walk away too. Yeah, I know, bro. I know. Thank you for your super chat, my friend. Thank you. It's pretty rough, man. I appreciate you, brother Ernest. Yeah, but we got to keep it real, fam. We all love the Saints. We all that's what we here for. You know, we love the Saints. But listen, the season's not over with. We don't have to act like a bunch of Atlanta Falcons fans. You know, Atlanta Falcon people. Take a shot at my dog Lou and his squad. Nah, but for real, man. You know, we the Who That Nation, man. Win, lose, or draw. You know, we gotta keep it up. Now our squad is struggling right now, but we that don't mean we gotta start acting like a bunch of jerks and start attacking each other like we don't have no sense. No, we better than that, and we not tolerating that. We ain't playing that. All right, Nunya says Q they scoring in garbage time though. Philly eased up. That's all. I don't know. Well, I mean, you might have a point on that, no, Nunya. But what about what happened with the Atlanta Falcons? It's the same thing. The Saints scored 3 times, 20 points, 22 points in the Atlanta game to take the lead by 2 points. They lost the game because the defense couldn't make a stand with 41 seconds. But, you know, I guess it bears more research. So thank you for your comment on that. All right, brother Pat Rich, what's up, fam? Big Boo Hoffa and the rest of the fams, what's up with y'all, man? Trevor Simeon's also in the building as well. He took time to kind of jump in on the stream, despite the fact that he's on the field right now. You shouldn't be touching, Trevor, you ain't supposed to be touching no phone right now after this loss. All right. Lucian says, I believe the Saints fall to number 7 in the playoff hunt. Well, I mean, you might have a point on that, bro. It's still a lot earlier, a lot of football left to be playing for me to make that call, fam. I'm just going to keep it real with you. A lot of football remaining. You know what I mean? A lot of football remaining in this game. So that's the end of the game. The Saints go down. Family, we lose this thing. We lose it 40-29 to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's right. The Saints can't get it done. We go down with the loss, family, in this one. Saints lose the game 40-29. And the Saints are now officially 5-5. All right, big ups to you. True Hurt said it wasn't me, Big Q, being y'all know, fam. I mean, they got some people that's just really upset about the loss and the 5-5, and I get that. But man, you gotta handle it better than that, man. I mean, we all in here loving on this team, you know. And for those who are being jerks to the people, we're not tolerating that, man. We're not gonna play with you on that. I mean, you know better than that. Cut it out, you know. So I mean, we all understand how this going. Y'all know I'm passionate just like y'all are, but we gotta act like somebody because we the New Orleans Saints fan. We represent the Saints family. And we all about respect and love, man. You know, so we got to treat each other like that. And I ain't playing with nobody else who gonna be insulting the family members like that. That's just real. We win together. We all smiling and happy and high-fiving. If we lose together, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna stand together and say, listen, we lost, but listen, all we can do is try to, you know, is calmly and coolly. I mean, you could throw out some passion. I'm not saying don't be passionless, emotionalist, but at the same time, respect your family members, man. Respect it because the family in here love the squad just like you do. And that's all I can ask, man. And like I said, I ain't tolerating nothing else. I ain't tolerating disrespect to each other in here, man. We ain't gonna be doing that. I'm not playing that, man, for real. But anyway, let's get into the team statistics, family, on that. This is what it looks like. It was a tough one, man. 21 first downs for the Eagles versus 18. 12 of them coming off the passing first downs by the Saints. They were 6 of 13 in third down efficiency. The Eagles, 12 of 21 on 21 first down attempts. Good grief. They were 12 of 21 in that thing. Total plays, Eagles 77 and 62 on them. They had 15 plays more than the Saints in this game because they had more of the time. Total yards 380 to 323. Total drives 15 to 14. The Saints averaged 5.2 yards per play or pass per a yard per play. The Eagles just had 5. You can see the Saints passing 214 versus 238 because Jalen Hurts really didn't beat the Saints through the air. I mean, he kept their offense on schedule to a degree, but the Saints neutralized Jalen Hurts. And if people want to beat the Eagles, they study the film on how the Saints basically neutralized what Philadelphia was doing. In terms of them, they made them kick field goals on consecutive drives. Ultimately, until Jalen Hurts' feet was able to beat the Saints on the last score to bust the game open. So, I mean, if I was the adversaries of the Philadelphia Eagles, I would study the film on how the New Orleans Saints defense basically held the Eagles in check and it was really the Eagles defense in check, and it was really the Saints offense that perpetrated the fraud, meaning they gave the pick six to the Philadelphia Eagles defense, and they were able to get that thing. So, and credit to the kicker for the Eagles, who when he was put up there, that man made all those kicks, man, today to help extend out the lead. So I mean, you know, they wanted it more than the Saints in this one, man. It's not due to a lack of talent. I keep telling family members, but when you look at the Saints, 22 points again in the fourth quarter, that's the same thing they did against the Falcons. That's not an oddity. That's not a coincidence, as they would call it. 22 points, that happened twice. It's the second times, I guess, by the measurement, what you can call co means two in incidents. You know what incident is? Co means two. So I guess it would mean coincidence. But what it is a pattern. Like Eternal mentioned early in the stream, it's a pattern. The Saints did the same thing against the Falcons, which goes to show you the Saints scored one touchdown in 3 quarters and then scored 3 touchdowns in 1 quarter. Does that speak to them being incompetent or not a good offense under this quarterback? No, that means that they have the ability to turn it on when they want to. They choose to turn it on for 1 quarter of play as opposed to multiple quarters. And that's what's leading to it, not executing properly. They're not executing when they're supposed to. I showed several series in the game where you had starters and role players or backups that are playing starter roles now who are missing blocks, dropping passes, all this kind of stuff. You have to execute. And then on top of that, the Saints had 3 turnovers in which 1 was converted into points. You can't allow that to happen. You can't turn the ball over on the road. You can't do it. Rushing attempts. Look at this one. Look at what happened. This is almost history repeating itself. The Saints allowed, and I said this on the preview show yesterday, the Saints allowed over 246 yards rushing on them last year by this same Eagle club. This time around, the Eagles put up 242 rushing yards on the Saints, who was one of the top run stuffing teams in the NFL. They blew the Saints defensive line out of the water. 242 rushing yards on the Saints. That's ridiculous. It's repugnant. 15 rushing attempts. They had 50 rushing attempts against the Saints. That's how they beat you. He ran the ball 50 goddamn times against the Saints defense and was averaging 5 yards per rush on the Saints. 50 times. You name me the last time you had any opposition that ran 50 times up against you. But the Saints had the power too. They had 22 rush attempts for averaging 5 yards, 109. He even put the ball on the ground 1 time, but he only had 11 attempts at half. If you were running the ball, he was averaging over 4.6 yards during the first half before the lead got blown out, before the lead took off, and before the Eagles started piling on the lead. We didn't use the rushing attack, and we were averaging 5 yards a carry. The Eagles did, and like I told Brother Bergang the other day on the preview stream, that whoever established the run first will win this game. And the Eagles established it with a 50 rushing attempt game for 242 yards, and they averaged almost 5 yards per rush. The Saints 109, respectable, off of 22 attempts, 5 yards per rush. We knew they were behind at a point where they had to abandon the running game to a degree. But what about in the first half when he had more pass attempts than rushing attempts? He had 18 versus 11, which should have been in reverse. The Saints should have been running the ball more. But that's what I'm saying about leaving the onus where they belong in this particular contest. A lot of what happened, offensively speaking, in the inconsistencies and the slow start is based upon the play call. And execution on the field work hand in hand. But this is the coach. The coach has to do a better job. When you see that your team is averaging almost 5 yards a rush, you've got to lean on a running attack. You've got to. Despite the fact that we've seen several breakdown periods where the Saints were missing blocks, you still got to run the ball. That gives you your best chance to win. Red zone, 3 or 4 for the Saints when they got there, 2 or 4 for the Eagles, 6 penalties for 49 yards. The Saints only had 3 for 25, 3 turnovers by the black and gold, which was a fumble loss by Ingram, and 2 interceptions by Trevor Siemian, one of which was a pick 6 that helped the lead where it is. And of course, as you can see yourself, the Saints were held the ball for 22 minutes and 59 seconds. The Eagles had it for 37 minutes and 0 seconds, 37 minutes and 1 second, which is the exact time when your defense was on the field. Your defense was out there for almost 40 minutes tonight against this team. All right, let's look at some of the individual statistics, family, right now as well. Thank you, B. Thomas. He said, if Sean want to pass 40 times a game, why don't we go spread and hurry up more? Trevor looks more comfortable in that role. He did. That's why I was kind of saying that
excuse me, the Saints should have utilized the 2-minute offense early on, like when the third quarter was there. It might have sped stuff up. It definitely, what the 2-minute offense does is it gives you the ability to create a rhythm very fast, and we knew that, and they just didn't utilize it. So very nerve-wracking, fam. Very, very nerve-wracking, as the Saints can't get it done. So thank you for that, B. Thomas. Brother Palm says Titans losing to the Texans. Thank you for that. All right. Yeah, I agree. A lot of football still left. That's what I'm supposed to be. When family members come to the Great Saint Think Tank and to the sports coma, they're looking for realness. But at the same time, sometimes you got to talk people off the edge. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've done that over the last 3 playoff regular season losses. You got people at the edge ready to jump, and you got to kind of talk them off the ledge. Let them like, hold on now. Do you realize what you're dealing with New Orleans Saints? And despite the fact that there are injuries, the Saints are still talented. They have to execute and cut the penalties out. You can't and you will not win games if you go up in there turning the ball over against this team. You're not going to win. And that's what happened. All right, let's look at the rest of it. And remember, they only had 1 turnover in the game. The Eagles had 1 turnover in that matchup, and that was the fumble strip by Sanders that set up a Saints score. But after that, they didn't turn the ball over anymore. After that, it was over with. The Saints did the turning over and even gave them a pick 6 that attributed to the fact that they lost. Then we had another missed extra point as well. So, I mean, it's what it is. All right, let's get to the individuals. Like I said, Trevor Siemian, 22 of 40 for 214. He averaged 5.4 yards per throw. He had 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, but watch the papers and the reporters light up Trevor Siemian and blame him for why the Saints lost this game. Totally bullshit, totally garbage. They do a disservice in explaining. And sometimes you got to educate the family members. Some people know football more than others. We all in different places with this stuff. It's levels to this stuff. And it depends on your level of experience of what you got going on with football. If you played it before, you're looking at it it depends on the person. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It's your experience with it. And when you have people that are going to come out here and blame the wrong people, Trevor Siemian threw a pick 6 in the game, but really it shouldn't have been about Trevor Siemian throwing as much as he did. They had to throw it because they got in the hole, but we got in the hole because of curious play calling in the first half. We should have been running the ball a little bit more versus passing because the man didn't have the rhythm. He didn't have a rhythm. What you throwing it for? So, I mean, it's a lot of if you won't start, you got to start at the top. That's what I keep telling people. But anyway, let's get into it. This is the statistics on Trevor Siemian. 22 of 40 for 214. He had 3 touchdowns. He did have 2 picks. One was in a pick 6 that converted to the loss. You can't do that. But like I said, this is 40 attempts, and he did that because the Saints were desperate in the game. But that's too many pass attempts for a backup quarterback, in my opinion. We need to be running the ball more. You got 16 carries for Ingram, and this doubled up because the Saints got behind in the second half because the defense is out there. Defense was out there holding them to field goals. 4 field goals they held the Eagles before that run at the back end, and they just got tired. Ingram, 16 carries for 88 yards. The man averaged 5.5 yards per carry today, man. I mean, come on. You got to run. You got to use your bell cow. And if we'd have went to him a little bit earlier in the game, I think we might have had a different result. But it is what it is. Then, of course, the wide receivers, you look at them, Traquan Smith had 8 targets, 5 catches, 64 yards. He averaged 13 yards per catch. Troutman, who got knocked out of the game, had 8 times he was thrown his way. He had 5 of those catches for 58 yards. He was averaging almost 12 yards a catch. He had a touchdown. Callaway was thrown at 4 times. He only had 1 catch, and it was 1 for a score for 26 yards. So good for him. And Mark Ingram was doing it, catching too. He had 6 catches for 25 yards off of 8 targets. Nick Vanette got his first catch as a Saint. He caught a 20-yard pass from Trevor Siemian. Vanette is in the game, so as in there. Deontay Harris really didn't have a good game today. They didn't reach out to him 5 times. He was thrown at only 2 catches for only 11 yards. And you seen LaJardan Humphrey had 1 catch for 4 yards, but it was for a touchdown in the matchup. And of course, like we said, Ringo was able to recover a fumble to help out the Saints. Ingram fumbled the ball and lost it to them. Deontay Harris also fumbled, but he was able to recover it on a special teams play. Marcus Davenport, shots out to Marcus Davenport. Marcus Davenport had a 10-tackle game. Where you're aware of that, family. Now you are. Davenport had 10 tackles in this game and a 1.5 sack performance today. That guy pissed him off. and he went off on their ass today. He had 10 tackles. Davenport, y'all, had 10 tackles, like he a linebacker or something. And he had a sack and a half in this game. Davenport was phenomenal in this game. Quan Alexander had 7. So did Marcus Williams, who played really well in this game, too. Got to give him his credit. Paulson Adebo had 5. So did Christian Ringo, who had that forced fumble to help the Saints score. Shai Tuttle had 5. The Saints defense was stepping up. And a lot of the reserve guys, remember, a lot of these guys are reserve guys like Ringo, Tuttle, who they list as a starter. But, you know, Bronson that came in, was activated, made some plays, and numbers were a little bit better than David Onyemata's numbers. Even Jalen Holmes, talk about Jalen Holmes, had 3 tackles. He also got a sack in the game. He came in, and I don't know why they ain't got his sack up there, but I remember he took hers down, but maybe they ain't call that a sack. Nah, he's supposed to have a sack. I think they mislabeled it here. But they're showing Davenport with a sack and a half a sack, but Onyemata, and then they're showing Cam with a sack. But I guess they didn't consider it a sack. I thought it was a sack. But Jalen Holmes, these are role players. But when you execute, you're gonna win the game, man. We just not doing full game execution. We make too many mistakes, man. You can't go on the road and have 3 turnovers and expect to beat anybody, especially if one of the turnovers is a pick 6, and you wait several quarters to finally score touchdowns on the back end. It won't look good for you at all, baby. That's all I got to say about that. But anyway, you look at it right here. Blake Gillikin had 6 punts for almost 300 yards today, and he put 3 of the 6 inside of the 20. And the longest was 6. Blake Gillikin is the ultimate weapon. He did a wonderful job for the Saints today. And, of course, you look at some of the plays from Meyer, the new kicker, hit a field goal from 28 and then missed one of the extra points. So we can't catch a break there. It'd have been 40-30 if he had hit that extra point. And, of course, you look on the other side to the Philadelphia Eagles. Your Jalen Hurts finished with 13 of 24 for 147 in the matchup, 6.1 average on that. He was sacked 3 times by the Saints. And, of course, not much from a passing perspective by young Jalen Hurts. But you can see where the Eagles really hurt the Saints was in the rushing stat. They 50 rushings for 242 yards, 3 touchdowns, and they average almost 5 yards a carry. You're not going to have success if you're allowing them to do that to you. And Miles Sanders came back off the IR and almost had 100 yards on the Saints. Man was averaging 6 yards a carry. 16 carries for 94 yards, 6 yards of carries on the Saints. Hurst threw another 69 on top of the Saints, scampering around. He had 3 rushing touchdowns just by his damn self. So he beat you with his feet is what he did. 3 rushing touchdowns for Jalen Hurts. And Jordan Howard, 10 carries for 63 yards. He was averaging over 6 yards a carry on you. You won't win games when you allow that to happen. And the cold part about it is they ran up against the best unit you have, meaning the Saints rush stuffing unit is the tops in the game. And these people put up 240 plus yards on the Saints rushing unit that was only allowing just over 70, 73 yards a game. So they beat you where you had a strength at. It wasn't the fact that they kept picking at a weakness. The Eagles beat the Saints at where they had a strength at. Let me put that on the record. The Saints were beat today running the football up against them. Of course, we know the offense didn't participate in the way they were supposed to. But if the defense neutralizes the rushing attack, there's no way, shape, or form on any planet or any reality where you will get a win when you allow a team to hit you for 250. Tell me where that's at, Sway. 242, excuse me. But damn, might as well say 250. Almost the same damn thing. You're not going to win games if you allow that loud. And then they get the 3 touchdowns in that fair and running the ball. Of course, Hurst was able to scramble around with his feet at the end. But still in all, it was Jalen Hurts' 3 rushing touchdowns that hurt the Saints. Look at the receiving records. Goddard got his money and he got paid. He got 5 catches, 62 yards. Devonta Smith had 4 catches for 61 yards. None of these guys were able to get anything in the end zone. Like I said, Jalen Hurts was the guy. We pinpointed Jalen Hurts and talked about what he can do. And TJ Edwards was their top dude with 10 tackles for them. And, of course, the guys that had sacks for them, I don't think they had. The Saints offensive line, as impudent as they was at time, did not allow a sack for Trevor Siemian as he was able to move around in that thing and did what he do. I know, DLP, I made reference to that, bro. I made reference to that. When I talked about it in the stream. I talked about it twice in this same stream earlier. I talked about it in the preview stream yesterday. We had Bird Game 31 on the preview of this game. I said the same thing. The same thing. Jalen Hurts is the guy. You got to do. The drink is stirred. Their drink is stirred by the straw that stirs their drink is hers. You can't allow him to scramble around and beat you with his feet. The Saints pretty much neutralized. He only had 140 yards passing, 147 yards throwing the ball. But where he beat you at is scrambling around. He had 3 touchdowns today with his feet. And Jalen Hurts did it to the Saints again. That's 2 times he played the Saints, 2 times he beat them. Crazy, and that really sucks because Jalen Hurts was a guy that I was scouting, and I kept telling the family members we need to get this guy because this guy is dangerous. Then he comes back in, burn the absolute skin off your ass. So, I mean, yeah, I made mention of it, fam. I made mention of it. The Saints are no, they're not tanking. I don't think the Saints are tanking, bro. I'm not. Saints are not tanking. They're really trying to win these games, but they're not. The execution's off. You know, where's the sense of urgency's off? It's a lot of things, but it's like, okay, you take back the pick six, you take away the extra points, they keep missing the extra point. The extra point was missed. You know, they have to execute, fam. It's too many blown blocks. Like on the screens, they were trying to set up the screens, and the screens would have actually worked in this game because the Saints, the linebackers are not a really good unit. They look good today because we made them look better than what they actually were. Trust and believe that. They're not that good. They're the weakest part of their Eagles defense. So the Saints running screens against them, they would have had good success. The only problem was the Saints wasn't able to set up the screens correctly. You had guys, offensive linemen that would either be late executing blocks or totally missing. Like with the play when you had Eric McCoy and James Hurst out running in front of Mark Ingram on the screen, and both of them missed the blocks to allow the defenders to tackle the guy. Like, goddamn, how did you both blow the block? So it's like it's execution. You've got to execute the play correctly to have success. And we are not doing that. And the sense of urgency is woefully down. We only seem to have sense of urgency when we're in the fourth quarter. Then we need to hasten to put up 22 points like we did against the Atlanta Falcons to get a chance. That is crazy. Right, Slim, slow starts. Yeah, it's hurting us. Because you see the Saints can score. They scored 22 points in the fourth quarter. Who does that? Obviously, we do it. This the second time we did that. We did it against the Falcons. Almost won if we'd have closed the door with 41 seconds. But it's really weird. The sense of urgency doesn't come until the fourth quarter when you realize you're down by double digits. Like, man, goddamn. So it's like, wow, why? If you can do that, then you can do it throughout the game. So they're going to have to figure that out. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell to say about stuff like that. I really don't. Kyle says Peyton and Simeon killed us. We not playing ball until the fourth quarter, shaking my head and kicking field goals when they're not helping us. That's 2 weeks in a row, Sean. Did that definitely Coach Peyton need to have better play calling. No doubt about it. That first half could have been a lot better, especially the first quarter and the second quarter. There were only 11 rushing attempts, and Mark Ingram was averaging 4.6 yards at 4.5 yards a carry in the first half. And we only had 11 rushing attempts versus 18 passing attempts, and we weren't throwing. We had no rhythm passing the ball. We was just going 3 and out. But we had positive plays where he'll get 6 yards on the gain and then go in 2 back-to-back passing plays with two badly thrown balls by Simeon. I'm like, why are you doing that, bro? You could have ran the football there and got at least a third and short, which would open up some stuff, would create something in their heads. We don't know what they're gonna do. They can either run it or pass it. I mean, it's just very questionable play call. And he got it straight in the back end in the second half of the game, but it was too late at that point. We playing behind too much, and it's not the fact that they're not offensively good because they putting up the points. They put up 22 and a half. That was plus the 7 they scored off the thing. So I mean, they putting up points. They putting up the points, but they're not executing. So that it's just a big mess up because they're going 3 and out so many times in the first half that the defense has, they gave up 2 touchdowns, and then after that, the defense says enough, and they shut the Eagles down, and the Eagles could only muster long field goals. They hit a 50-yard field goal, a 46-yard field goal. I mean, Elliott just was kicking them goddamn field goals. So if I can't get the turnover from you, all I can do is force you to take a field goal. That's better than letting you blow the game open with a touchdown. So the Saints defense did that. They were able to not only start to get the sacks, they shut the faucet off. So I'm telling everybody that plays the Philadelphia Eagles, that you need to study film on how the Saints defense played Jalen Hurts, and it'll give you an idea of how to beat them, because the Saints totally turn them off because they're predictable. I'm watching a lot of their plays. They run a lot of college style stuff that just don't work in the pros. And they got a sneak dish you with stuff like the play to Whiteside, or take a Whiteside. They sneak dish you with that one, sucker punch you with that one, but that's what they gotta do. They don't have a large offensive selection. That guy, the head coach don't have much of an offensive imagination, in my opinion. So 50 rushes against the Saints running attack, where they beat you where you thought you cannot be beating. They had ran 50 times for 242 yards, got 3 touchdowns in the running attack on the Saints, and beat the Saints at their strength. That's something that says a lot. That says a lot. They beat the Saints running the football today. And we thought that couldn't happen, but that's why we put the pads on and play the games. Janelle says we can beat the Bucks, but we can't beat the Eagles. Wow, I know it's the topsy-turviness of what goes on with the Saints team, and like, I don't know who's in control of the state of situating or playing with urgency. Like, if you're a prize fighter and you're down by a certain amount of rounds, if you got a good trainer, he in there telling you, listen, you losing this fight. I'm telling you, the only way you're gonna beat this guy is you got to knock this goddamn guy out. No more games. You can't go up in there and nitpick and play around. Get this guy out of here. And we've seen stuff happen like that, where the guy go out there, like that happened with Sugar Ray Leonard. He went in there and took the guy out. And sometimes you don't know because you're in the mix. But sometimes somebody got to be the guy that presses the button and say, listen, it's time to go. You know, and then whoever doing it, they're doing it only in the fourth quarter. Then the Saints go on a tear and score 20-something points in the game. I mean, it's absolutely crazy because it's playing with your emotions, because you're seeing that, okay, it's a blowout. You can rest on the fact it's a blowout, but then they suck you back in because you see the Saints score 22 points in the fourth quarter. Okay, we're doing it. And then it's the letdown. So I'm pausing. I'm just telling people, kind of just be careful, because that seemed to be the trend, where you get pulled in and then the floor falls out. It's almost like they trapping you, like throwing a little thing in there, and then you get in the loop and they pull it, and then it snares you. It's crazy, man, how this works. So we just got to be. Alpha says 5-5, we're not making the playoffs. Too many games to say that, bro. It's too many games to be saying 5-5. You ain't even mathematically eliminated yet, Alpha. And you talking about you ain't making the playoffs. But 5-5, bro, come on, bro. Come on. That don't make no sense. Travis says, I'm ready for some Taysom Hill. I mean, people saying that, they were fussing at Taysom. Now they want him. Kyle says, at least Hill would have gave us more options. That's what I fault Sean at, for not pulling Simeon. The interceptions are costly. It is. But like I said, bro, this is a full out effort. And it's not just Trevor Simeon. It's also the play calling. So, I mean, we got to look at the top, because Trevor Simeon was struggling in the first half, and he was still forcing them to throw the ball. Why didn't he see what you seen and say, let's run the ball, when he was averaging 5 yards a throw? You tell me that. I mean, let me know. So, I mean, it is what it is, fam. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Thank you, Ree 223. Good game. Thank you, fam. I mean, my thing is this. Get the Philadelphia Eagles their credit. Eagles came in the game. They fought hard. They didn't turn the ball over, but one time the Saints had to pull that up out of them. They ran the ball. They stayed on code. They rushed for 50 times for 252 yards with 3 running scores. They moved the ball, passed the ball on schedule, just enough to keep the Saints moving the ball down the field in chains. They played great clock management, ate the clock from the Saints, and took as much time off the clock to loosen it. And then another thing they did, they didn't give up. After the Saints started pouring on the points, Jalen Hurts went up there and ran and picked up a touchdown that closed the door on the Saints' hopes of ever trying to get that game. So, I mean, you got to give credit where credit is due. The Eagles came in with a game plan. The Saints just wasn't prepared for it. We weren't executing like we supposed to. And they had the game plan to run at you and through you, and they ran right at us and through us, and they beating us by running the ball. And we were the top unit in the NFL and not allowing you to run on us, and they ran on us and beat us that way. So you got to be honest and be real. Like we know the great saying, think tank is honest and real people. You got to give them people their credit, because they played a good game, man. You played a good game. Thank you, Palm. He says, thank you for that, bro. For the super chat, my friend. Thank you. Phoebe says, hell no, I don't want us to make the playoffs with this roster. No Michael Thomas and James Kamara banged. I'd rather miss the playoffs than bounce back. Out the playoff. I thank you, Phoebe, for your comment. I will see if the mindset. I think the Saints still gonna fight through and through to get to the playoffs. They don't have that mindset of we playing for a lottery. They just don't play like that. That's one thing I got to give to Coach Payton is that Coach Payton's not a quitter. Despite him making a suspect play calls, Coach Payton's not a goddamn quitter. He gonna go in there and he gonna fuss, he can complain, he gonna scheme, he gonna try to get this thing fixed. He ain't no losing, quitting ass head coach. Now I might have my issues with Coach Payton with him being offensively addicted at times, like passing game addicted at times, like the first half indicated. But when it comes down to a guy that's pissed off, that wants to win, and that's not going to be going out here playing bullshit games, Coach Payton's not going to play that, man. That's why Coach Payton won a lot of regular season games. He's a guy that figures it out fast, but sometimes he do get in the way with discipline, and he gets caught now. That just keep it real. He gets in these minds where he just sees he wants to throw the ball, and there's no reason why in the world we should be throwing the ball down the field as much as we are with Trevor Siemian. We should be running the ball first before the run, and the Eagles did it and won it. So, like I said, man, we got a lot of blame. We want to throw some blame around. Eric says, who's the offensive leader of this team that can light a fire under this group? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question, bro. I'm going to have to do some research on that. But if you got a quarterback in there, and Trevor Siemian is obviously got to be the leader of the offense to a degree because he's a quarterback. So if he's taking over the realms as the quarterback here, and he's guiding the team in as well, you have to think that he's the guy that has to lead the group. And he's not no new guy. He's been around before. He's won contests before. But it's weird how the fire gets lit in the fourth quarter, but nowhere else. It's very weird that happens. Nowhere else. New wine minds, I'm with you. Execution. This you got to execute. You can't go in there turning the ball over. You have to execute. Remember, I kept showing people blocks, Saints players, and it wasn't even backup players. It was starting players blowing blocks. Remember Ruiz? Ruiz was supposed to gang up with Hurst, and they were supposed to block out Fletcher Cox. What happened? Ruiz half-ass blocked Hurst and peeled off block to block somebody else. Don't go peel off to the second blocker unless you neutralize him, because he got back there and stopped Ingram from having a big gain of yards. He had 2 on the game, but he could have had a lot more. You got to execute and handle the blocks. When they put the tape on, you're going to see the half-ass blocking plays, getting out late on blocks, and just straight up missing blocks. The Saints were behind schedule on setting up the screens all game long. Some of them they worked, a lot of them they weren't. And that's execution. They got everything to do with execution, because regardless of injuries, the games must go on. They go on and on. G. Reed says, honestly, Q, with all these injuries to key players, I'm surprised we 5-5 in the 7th seed in the playoff picture. Nah, I'm not surprised that the Saints are that. Actually, the Saints should have won a few of these games, to be honest with you. Yeah, they got injuries, but that's so does everybody else. I keep saying that. It's everybody. Injuries would be something, and I'll say put more onus on it if we were the only ones having them. But we're not the only ones having these injuries. There are other people that's going through stuff similar or worse than what we're going through. It's about execution. And then you got a guy that's injured. He comes off the field. You put another guy in there. He executes. He's supposed to catch. He might not be as fast as the other guy or overall talented as the other guy, but every wide receiver is supposed to know how to catch the ball. Every wide receiver is supposed to know how to block. So, I mean, these are not things. Some guys do it better than others, but still in all, you're supposed to know how to do it. That's what we're paying you for. We're not paying you just to be going out there sucking up air. No, you're supposed to be able to block and catch. And you've seen in plays, you can go back and see starters and role players that were in for starters all missing assignments and execution. This is real talk. Go study the film. So it is what it is, man. I appreciate the family for being here. Man, it's just another tough loss. The black and gold goes down to the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles, man. And it's trifling, it's tough, but it is what it is, man. We're 5-5 currently in this juncture space. And it's only a matter of time, fam, before we have to be able to figure this thing out. We have to get it figured out on how we're going to do it, what we're going to do it, how we're going to do it. And that's just what it comes down to. But my goodness, on the plus side of stuff, man, I got to give a lot of credit to Marcus Williams. Really, I wanted to say Marcus Davenport. but both the Marcuses played really well in this game. Marcus Davenport was exceptional today. He put up a meagerly great he had 10 tackles today and a sack and a half in the game. He was absolutely awesome. Davenport was spectacular in the matchup. Marcus Williams played really well in this game as well. And Mark Ingram was having a solid game until he fumbled, but he still averaged over 5 yards a carry. But my goodness, man, Davenport with 10 tackles. That guy pissed Davenport off, and he went after it today. So they got some bright spots I was happy for. But Davenport, 10 tackles. 10 tackles from Marcus Davenport today. A sack and a half with Davenport. Cam got in there. He got a sack too. But my goodness, man. And Marcus Williams was out there making plays, batting the ball down. Some pluses in this game despite the loss, excuse me. So with that being said, fam, give me a minute. We're going to bring in Coach Payton for his post-game press conference. Let's hear what old Coach Payton had to say, family, about this. Give me a second. We'll get him tuned up to hear what Coach Payton had to say about this loss, because this was a tough one, man. The Saints now losers of 3 in a row, and most certainly we got to figure this thing out, man. If anything, Black Gold got to figure it out. So let's hear what old Coach Payton got to say about it. Hit a ball game, Coach.
Interesting games today, and we're going to check in with Coach Payton now on his thoughts
tip
after
your hat
ours.
to Philly. They played a good game. Obviously, we didn't do the things necessary to win in our league. Pretty much in every phase. Turnovers, those were significant. I thought we struggled defending their running game, obviously, and I thought our return game, we thought we'd have an edge there, and I thought that was just average. So all of us got to do a better job. It's going to be a short week, and we're going to have to quickly refocus. So any questions?
The running game for them was so effective.
What about it?
What was the most amazing effective?
Look, it's a patient attack. They stuck with it, and ultimately, we didn't do a good enough job.
So the turnovers, he said last week, doesn't matter if you're shorthanded or not.
Yeah, is what it is.
What was, especially in that pick six, was that just that it was a throw late?
Yeah, 2-minute drill. Obviously it comes inside against a good corner. It's when we see the film, I'm sure we saw the replay of it, but got sat on a route and ended up being, a significant score right at the half.
You've dealt with injuries since you've been a head coach, but how challenging is it in the last couple of weeks? It seems like you've dealt with more.
Yeah, I know. I don't really want to talk about it, the injuries. I understand the question. It's a good question. And but there were a lot of things that we did today that weren't injury related. So
Come on, man. Talk about it.
I appreciate the question, though.
Sean, was Taysom Hill's role because he was limited in being able to do things this
Yeah.
year?
Yeah, he was the backup quarterback, really, in the event we needed him. We were lucky to have him up just in that role.
How much could he have done if he had been able to play?
Yeah, I don't want to speculate. I mean, he was, we were able to get him to move around enough to work.
Where do you find yourself right now? Short week, obviously, the rest of the season.
Yeah, listen, it's a quick week, Thursday and then another Thursday. So, we got to get back to work and get ready for a couple good teams. We played some good teams, but it's going to be on us quick.
Sean, is there any rhyme or reason that Trevor's kind of slow starts at all? I mean, are teams defending you all differently?
I don't think so. Look, he missed a throw early on. We have a play action. He just underthrows it. Linebacker gets his hands on it. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, thank you.
That's Coach Payton. He ain't want to talk too much. You can see kind of upset about it. And Coach Payton joins the entire Who Dat Nation that's very upset about it too, man. about the fact that the Saints are once again on the wrong side of the win today. They lose to the Philadelphia Eagles. And like I said, it's a tough one, man. It's a very tough one. And of course, a lot of the family members feeling it are kind of upset about it. But what it does do, it does kick the Saints back to 5-5. That's 3 straight losses. That's the enormity of what we're dealing with here, is the fact that the Saints are now 5-5 now. And a lot of people will start pushing the panic button. And just to give you that little, because people was ready to push it when the Saints were 5-4, you know, but there's still a lot of football left. And it's a short week. We got a Turkey Day game against the Buffalo Bills, who are a pretty good team. Then following Thursday, we have the Dallas Cowboys, which is a pretty good team. So we had a quick turnaround on some of these games. So the Saints are going to have to get on this footage and find out what they need to do to get faster starts, more efficient play. You'll be in the dome. I thought the dome might be a little help to the team, the black and gold right now. But the reality is the Saints lose a lot of winnable games in the dome. The Atlanta Falcons game, they should have won. In the Giants game, they most certainly won it with about double digits. So the dome is not providing the home feel that I thought the team could feed off to win. They seem to appear to play a little bit better on the road, not as comfortable as I would anticipate them to be in the dome. Very strange, very weird team this is this year. Very weird. As past incarnations of the team felt really good to be at home. This one feels a little different. So they all are different. I guess they all have their own little nuances or whatnot. But the reality at the end of the day, the Saints are 5-5 right now, family. 3 straight losses. Started by the Falcons, followed by the Titans, and now the Eagles have beaten the Saints 3 straight in a row. The Saints now fall to 5-5 in this thing. And let me see if I can get a standing situation set up where I could be able to take a look at it. Give me a second, family. I'm going to see if I can get the standings on the screen so we can take a look at where we feel right now. Of course, the next team up is going to be the Buffalo Bills. And, of course, we'll have breakdowns and all that throughout this Thanksgiving week coming up here. But really, 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 really interesting football here, man, to be honest with you, for the black and gold, man. Give me a second, fam. I'm gonna get it set up so we can take a look at the rankings here of where we are. All right, hold on here. Let me kind of back out of it a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. All right. So as you stand in there, this is in the NFC right here. You can go on down to the NFC South. You see where the Saints stand here at 5-5 here. The only thing is Atlanta lost 2 in a row. Carolina also lost. So Atlanta lost and Tampa Bay lost. So the Saints pretty much are staying. I mean, my goodness, man. I mean, I just don't understand, man. I don't get it, but it's helping us out. The Saints are losers of 3 in a row. You see, Atlanta lost 2 in a row. Carolina lost. So it's 4-6, 5-6, and the Saints are positioned at 5-5 with Tampa Bay. So, yeah, it is. Saints are still right behind Tampa Bay, who also has lost 2 in a row. So while we losing, they losing. So I guess that is a positive. If you want to consider that a positive, I guess it is. You know what I mean, family? Now let's go over to the playoff view. This is your playoff view for the NFC, where we guys are. Okay, look where the Saints are. Currently, the Saints are sitting in 7th place right here. They're 5-5 right here in the 7th. You see Arizona, Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa, the Rams. And you got Minnesota, you got the Saints, and then the 49ers at 5-5. So the Saints are still in this thing, and wins tie break over San Francisco based on strength of victory. So as you can see right now, strength of victory is listed right here. The Saints got 560 versus 343 by the Niners. So the Saints are occupying the 7th spot currently in the playoff race. So before we start, now I'm showing the family members this before we start getting a monsoon of we not making the playoffs because we're on the 3-game winning streak. I mean, losing streak. I wish it was a 3-game winning streak, but we're on the 3-game losing streak right now, and that we're not going to make the playoffs. And you sitting up at 7 in the playoffs. So I mean, we'll see, fam. We'll see how it all goes. You're gonna see. It's too much football to be remaining, to be left out there, and we shall see. So where you are ranked 7th right now in the hunt, do y'all see that? We 7th in the hunt. I hear you, Mocha. It's not going to get any easier, but it never is. If you're going to try to win a bowl or you're trying to get to the playoffs, it's never easy. It's never easy, my friend. So, I mean, we just got to take it 1 week at a time, fam. That's all we can do. So just remember, there's plenty of football left. There's a ton of football remaining. It is a ton of football remaining. If anything, I know Sean saying playoffs. Are you kidding me? Playoffs. I know busting that Jim Moore out there. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, there's still a lot of football to be thrown up. And you never know how this is going to turn out or what's going to happen next week. You don't know. So what I'm saying is, let's just see how this all goes. Tommy says Buffalo got clobbered today at home. So I'm telling people, it's like, I mean, listen, fam, before we start ranking down on the black and gold, can we just remember that right now they're 7th in the playoff chase? Can we just remember that? And the fact that the team that we're losing, which is no consequence to me or you, but other people are losing too, which means you're pretty much in the same position that you were. You didn't fall or rise. You stayed right where you are because the Carolina Panthers lost, the Atlanta Falcons lost, Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost. They lost. You're still in the same place where you've been at. So the Saints we 5-5. We got to keep fighting. We got to take it 1 week at a time and see what goes on, fam. That's the best I could say about it, man. I mean, I just show I hear you on that, Carlton. I hear you. It's not a perfect science, bro, but it is what it is right now. It is. The Saints are 7th in the playoff race right now. For people that are saying we're not going to make the playoffs, they're 7th in the race right now. They still have a good chance to get in the playoffs. They clean up some stuff. We see what goes on. So what can I tell you, fam? That is I'm giving you what it is right now. I'm not making this shit up, you know. It is what it is. But it says, BQ, at the end of the day, we having third strings and starters on offense, defense getting tired. But one positive thing is that we don't give up. We fight, and at least Trevor didn't get shut out. All right. Thank you for that, Hoodie. All right. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, and this is the thing. The Saints don't quit, man. And that's something that we always fight and fight. We just got to do our fighting. We got to be a lot more smarter than what we're doing out here. We starting really slow, like Slim saying. This I know ultimate streams. This is terrible. I know, fam. I know too many bad losses by Goonie saying that. I agree, fam. I agree. All right. Okay. Commenter said Taysom had an ankle injury. Thank you for that, Pelicans Nola. Big ups. All right. Big Sean said, Q, I said it last week that if we lose to the Eagles, it's panic time. Ain't nothing changed. Panic time. So that's what we're gonna get. We're gonna be inundated by a bunch of calls from the family saying, "Oh my goodness, Q, it's time to panic. The sky is falling." I'm like, no, it's not. It's not where we wanted it to be, but my goodness, well, we still got a lot of football to play, and you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know, so let's just watch this thing happen. Let's just have fun and watch it happen, fam. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Tasha, baby? Big ups to you. Oh, that's all good. See, Tasha is always coming in with the positive. My dog, Big Sean, is bringing the negative today. Big Sean saying we ain't going nowhere. And Tasha is bringing the positive. So there you go. There you go. All right, Kevin said, how do we improve? How can the coach do better? I don't understand why we enjoy getting punched first instead of punching or attacking defense's weakness. We should have beat the Eagles today, no doubt about it. We should have beat the Falcons a couple of weeks ago. We did have an opportunity to beat the Titans. We only lost by 2 points in that matchup. You were in that game. So like I said, they're not incompetent offensively. They just pick and choose when they want to get going. You know, they really do. They pick and choose. They can score the ball. It's just, man, I'm telling you, it's just they pick and choose the times when they want to move, and that's the issue. Ben says, at what point we are going to realize we don't have the talent to win games? What you talking about, Ben? What you talking about? It's not about talent, bro. It's execution. You got guys out there missing blocks and stuff. What you mean talent? Talent ain't have nothing to do with this. They wasn't executing. Turnovers don't have nothing to do with that. They have the talent to play. Mark Ingram is not talented. He fumbled the ball. He gave him you can't have 3 turnovers on the road, bro, and give up 250 yards. And then we talking about talent. The Saints are a top rush stuffing unit in the NFL. And we had guys like Shai Tuttle, Malcolm Roach, Bronson in there, and all these other guys in there, the undrafted guys who was doing that before David Onyemata got back. And we know David Onyemata is the NFL's best kept secret at defensive tackle. You know, they had the talent. So how do you explain them giving up 250 yards of rushing? Because they were on the field for 37 minutes, right? Don't have nothing to do with talent, fam. At the end of the day, you have to execute to win. You have the talent don't mean nothing if you don't execute. If you can have most talented roster in the history of time, if they're not catching passes, if they're not blocking correctly, you will not win many games. It's just what it is. We still have 7 games to go. That's what I'm saying, fam. We got a lot of games. Don't give up on your squad, man. Don't start throwing onions and shit at the team, you know, right now. Like I said, it's not like they, you know, it's slow starts and then they fire up toward the end a little too late. But at the end of the day, you know, they got to figure this stuff out, man. We're going to see. John says, curious about talent, skill players, and functional positional pieces. Skill players, great matchup. I understand that, but still in all, everybody has to execute, bro. I hear you on that. I'm saying execution is a part of all of that, bro. Irregardless of how talented the guy is, whoever it is, you have to still execute. That goes for the talentful and the talent, not as talented players have to still all meet the same line, and that's execution. You got to still block. You still got to be able to catch. You can't turn the ball over, and you got to dominate the line of scrimmage, whether you're offense or not. We had Eric McCoy up there. He wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. You had Ruiz, who's a first-round draft pick, wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. You had starters and guys that are role players that's in a starting role not executing like they were supposed to. This is real. So, I mean, I get you on that. The players are being good and all this kind of stuff, but that don't get them away from execution. Everybody got to execute. That's what it comes down to. And when you don't execute, you lose. So how do we lose? We lose because we kept turning the ball over and we didn't execute when we were supposed to. I mean, it is what it is. I hear you with the talent. I agree with you on the talent. I even agree on the injury situation. But listen, the NFL, the game's going, whether the players are there, if the guy gets hurt, you got to fill a slot. It's up to your team to do what they got to do to get the proper guy in there, have him coached up, and have him to do his job. He don't have to do nothing more exceptional. It's to execute and do what he's supposed to do. That's what it is. You got to execute, bro. Execution is key. Philly executed. They ran on the Saints where the Saints was a top unit. They executed. Saints did not execute when they were supposed to do. They did not come away with the game. They turned the ball over, 3 turnovers, and I keep going over the same stuff because that's lack of execution. It's why you didn't have plays where you had guys getting back there to tackle Ingram when he could have picked up. A lack of execution on blocking schemes and assignments. Stuff like that happens, and it happened through the Saints this entire game. So people kind of look at them saying, listen, look at it. You can have the most talented players in the world, but if they ain't catching the ball or executing, what good of having them? That's like Kevin White with all the stuff that he was doing. He was doing all this stuff in college, and he come in here, he can't even catch a pass. What good is that? We know you fast. We know you big. We knew you did all that stuff in the but he can't execute. He can't catch the ball. So what good is he? So the Saints put him in the street finally, you know, so we'll see. It's no excuses. And even Coach Payton gonna say that. And people say, well, Coach Payton's supposed to say that. No. Coach Payton telling you the truth. And most coaches that are successful will tell you the same goddamn thing. No coach is going to use injuries as an excuse of why the team is losing. They're not going to do that because the good ones know you're not supposed to do that. Why? Because you are in charge of the role players, like Sway like to say, you're in charge of the girls, right? The girls being at the people on the field, you decide or you pick who you going to have as role players to back these guys up if they go down. You decide that, meaning the coach. That's why the coach can never say that injuries is a problem because he knows in his head and can be on the hook for the role players that he himself picked to back up his starters that he himself picked. So for him to say, well, injuries are killing us, we can't execute all that, that's a disrespect to the players, the role players that he picked. You think he going to put himself out to dry saying that dumb shit? No, he ain't going to say that because he know that the guys that he picked are good players. They got to execute. We're not telling them execute like Mike Thomas, but goddamn, execute, block well, you know, dig into your route a little harder, sell it a little more. You know, it's all about getting better, and they have to execute. You know, injuries is a part of the game, man. But Coach Payton will never. Now, he just said it in the interview that I just played when the reporter was asking me, he said, I know what you're saying. It's a good question, But he at least said, listen, that ain't the point. We just didn't play well enough. We didn't execute well enough. And that's what it comes down to. You got to make the play when it comes to you. You got to. If you don't, you're going to lose. And you're going to keep losing until you make the plays, until you execute. Tex A said, Big Q, we're 7th, but 10th or 11th after next week. We'll see, fam. We'll see if you're right, Tex Saint. I hear you, my brother. We'll see. My dog Scoop says, unfortunately, the Cap helped decide our backups this season. Well, who's in charge of that? Who's in charge of signing these players? Who said, I want this guy? Who said, I want that guy? I want this guy. I want and that money. Who decided that? Who decided that they wanted those players? See, you can't get away from it. It all goes back to the man at the top. It all goes back. So he'll never hang his players out to dry and disrespect them and throw them under the bus by saying, listen, we are losing because we don't have our starters in there. When you know, as a successful head coach, that you put in role players and create depth charts so that you can absorb losses of injuries to the best of your ability. You set your roster up with that in place. And Coach Payton does that better than most. That's why he won as many of these regular season matchups as he has, because he's done a really magnificent job of filling in the roster. And we've absorbed injuries before. Remember, just like I said, fam, just pay attention to your history. I'm not selling the farm on it. Yeah, Saints can't even make extra points. LOL. I know, and DLP's right. That's another execution issue. Is it talent? You got an extra point right there. Is it talent, or the guy just can't execute? I mean, you're right there. It's just crazy. It's just kicking the cans down the road. All those years. I mean, listen, I've been saying this. You can't get away from it. Coach Payton not gonna hang, and he ain't supposed to. I wouldn't want to play for a coach that throw me under the bus by telling me that, yeah, we're not winning because we don't have our good players and our stars in the game. That'd be pretty screwed up to say that. And of course, he will never say that, and he doesn't believe that because he picked those players that's backing up the starters that he also picked and paid. So, I mean, at the end of the day, he'll never do that. That's just common sense. You know, so like I said, you got to win as a team. That's number one. Winning as a team, and you got to execute as a team. It's a team game, fam. That's what it is. It's about the best team executing that day gets the matchup. That's how it works. You might be more talented than the Philadelphia Eagles. I think we got some stuff with us. But if you don't play better than you don't execute that day, they win. That's how it goes in the NFL. It's about the best team that shows up, who executes that day will win the game that day. We didn't execute. Josh said, Big Q, all this comes down to play calling. Loomis always leaving us in the cap nightmare every year. That's why we can't make plays for players we need versus the players we can afford. Well, I mean, you make a point on that, Josh. Appreciate that, bro. You make a point on that. But we still, yeah, and the cap has been an issue. And I think it's pretty irresponsible how we've been handling the cap situation over the last several years. And I'm not for that. But at the same time, we still got a lot of football left. And let's see what they do. All we can do is go by a game-by-game approach is pretty much all I can do. If I go out there and make some tackles for their ass, I would. But all I can do is just provide spiritual and emotional support for the team, man, and throw out questions and kind of rev up and keep the pressure on them to get it figured out, man. But if this team has pride, it's going to kick in. It should kick in this time around if they have pride. Do you really think the New Orleans Saints are going to go lose 4 straight games on going to Turkey Day game with Buffalo coming in here with everything at stake? You really believe that your black and gold Saints are going to sink in the ground and give it up to the Buffalo Bills and then the Dallas Cowboys the next 2 Thursdays of really good football teams? You think the Saints going to lay it down on Thursday? And we'll see. That's the question I asked the fam. We'll see. All right, fam. So with that being said, that'll be in the game. I shall return a little later on, maybe around about 5 o'clock, family. With the post game, I'll open up the phone lines for the family members to chime in. We're not going to do like a big bunch of people piling in. We're going to let kind of rapid fire, let people get in and try to get everybody in there one at a time, as opposed to people jumbling up there. You can't, most of the times it's hard to hear people, stuff like that. People don't mute their phone. So we're going to go back to our rapid fire stuff where we get people in there one at a time and let them get their comments out, and then we'll get to the next person. We'll fire that up on the next stream. So with that being said, families, I appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Much love to y'all. Saints go down with the loss in this one to the Philadelphia Eagles, man. I'm not happy about it, but at the same time, it's a short week. We got a Thursday coming up, and we got to take care of business, the bottom line. I mean, I don't like how it is, but I mean, it is what it is, and we got to fix it and get better at it. That's the bottom line. That's what it comes down to. Saints will lose 3 in a row, and they got to turn it around here as they go down 40-29 to the Philadelphia Eagles. They're now 5-5 on the year. So with that being said, I'm gonna log out on that. Please hit the like button if you hadn't already hit it. Please feel free to share the show in your social media feed, and we will return a little later on, or about 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit after 5, family. We'll get something to eat. We'll do the recap reaction show, and we'll open up the phone lines for you guys to chime in. So much love to the fam, and I'll see y'all a little later. Who that?
Yeah. Well, all right. Like you always say, welcome. #1 sports talking D. We ain't like the Falcons, we won't blow the lead. Look, all we talk is who that, who got cut and who back. Rookies and the vets, players you should look at. It's the sports coma, you don't wanna miss it. Got the pre-game party, post-game statistics. Get a visit from Sway, maybe DC or 5. It's the hottest thing smoking, Big Q and the guys. Go to YouTube Live, make sure you subscribe. Interviews inside the Saints locker room high. Talk to Drew, Jordan, Zach, Peyton, New Orleans, who that nation. Best believe when I say we bleed gold and black. Ain't a miracle or rivalry could ever hold us back. No, Beastquake, Bounty Gate, let the truth be told. It's the sports coma, all we know is say Super Bowl. Yeah.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Thank you for making Saints Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that?
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top-flight boxing news. So if you're a Who Dat and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who Dat in all of